We have a $110 donation from Gregory Leonard, aka Crazy Fish. Been watching the marathons on YouTube for years. This is my first chance to finally watch an SDA marathon live. I'm donating $10 for every marathon that SDA has done. Well, thank you very much, Crazy Fish. We have a one. I'm sorry, we have a $100 donation from Caleb Luplo. I just wanted to say thank you all. If it wasn't for good people raising money for this cause, my dad and grandpa wouldn't be alive to see my son and daughter. It means the world to me. Thank you so much. And thank you, Caleb. Thank you, Thomas Lepley, for your $100 donation. First time watching live. Just sad that I have to work and miss a lot of these great runs. Good luck, everyone, and kick cancer's ass. We have a $30 donation from Robert Beecham, aka Neon is Pyro, donating on behalf of Broman and T-Rex. This one is for your dad. Love, Neon. Thank you, Robert. We've got a $10 donation from Lucas Broll, donating to save the animals because every dollar put towards saving the animals is a dollar someone else will have to spend to put up to kill them. That's a good point. Thank you, Lucas. And for those who want to kill the animals, get to it. And Daniel Pfeiffer also donates $10, says, think about it, guys. If we save the animals now, we can always kill them later. Thank you, Daniel. We've got a $20 donation from Brenda Zavala. That is Squishy15. Hello from Japan. This is the first year I can donate, and I just have to throw some money during the Toho game. Toho is my favorite series, and I am happy a fan game of it is being run. You go, RaindropDry, and good luck to all the runners. Thank you. We have a $5 donation from Austin Kavanaugh. Thank you to everyone out there doing your thing and making a difference. You guys here inspired me to start speedrunning, and maybe someday I'll be there to see all the amazing people at AGDQ. Thank you, Austin. We have a $100 donation from Curtis St. Dennis. Got snowed in at home today, so what better way to spend the day than watching runners break popular games? Good luck to all the runners today. Thank you, Curtis. And for everybody who watched the last Battle Block Theater game, here's $200 from Will Stamper, saying, Stamper here, putting money where my mouth is. Peace and love. Thank you very much, Will. Appreciate it. Welcome everyone to Awesome Games Done Quick 2015. As we're setting up for new Super Marisa Land, wanted to take time to let everybody know, if you subscribe on Twitch, if you're watching on Twitch, you can hit that subscription button. All $5 goes to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. You also get some awesome new emotes that you can use. We have a $20 donation from Jacob Troshkovich. DMJ654 here from Gensokyo Radio. Good to see Toho games being played on AGDQ. I hope to see more in the future. Hope you have a good run, Raindrop. Kill those animals. Thank you, Jacob. Coming up, we've got RaindropDry. He's going to be playing new Super Marisa Land. Got a $10 donation from Rafael Pichardo. Greetings from Dominican Republic. First time watching AGDQ, and I'm loving you. Work, keep it going. Thanks, Rafael. $20 donation from Landon Ends. So happy to see a Toho game being run this year. Watching the stream of my Marisa plushie, and we're loving every moment. Here's hoping that someone will decide to run one of the Danmaku Toho games in the future. Thank you, Landon.
Is it just like cut it like a ransom note?
There's no sound.
There's no sound.
The sound's coming slow.
Huh?
Why
Yeah.
is it slow?
Yeah, the sound is weird.
The speakers are over there, so...
But the music's playing at like quarter speed. Why is it playing at quarter speed?
I don't know.
The sound is wrong.
Yeah.
The sound is like half speed or something.
Hold on.
Yeah, all sounds like...
Yeah, all
try
sound is like...
Yeah, reset the game ID.
Okay.
It was
Just
just
the
the
audio.
audio.
Yeah, like the sound is weird.
Just gonna have to play like this.
Can you play with half speed sound?
Do you need audio?
Well, I don't use any audio cue, but
Probably be preferred.
yeah. Alright, guys, I should show some stuff while they fix it.
It's half speed sound.
I don't know. I don't know, man.
This is superficial and funeral dirge edition.
And here we see the death of anime games and GDQs.
It's the most depressive speedrun.
Is it Kermit?
You don't really care?
Do we have to give our commentary a half speed?
Yeah.
I talk slow anyway, it works.
The most depressive victory thing. Okay.
All right, we're having some technical difficulties. We're going to take the stream down for a little bit, and we'll be right back with you.
Nah. Yeah, dude, we should see the one up on the fact.
Frankly, it's growing on me. I'm starting to like it.
Do you need the audio for anything?
Not really.
Wait, you can do that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I've never seen that before.
It gets better.
Okay,
Just
bye.
died.
I think it's working perfect. I think this is how we intended that.
Yeah, I think.
And then I went to MS Paint. Now only use MS Paint.
Getting the true SNL experience.
I don't know. How did that happen?
I mean, it's coming from over there anyway.
Oh wait, so this string's fine? So the string would be fine?
We don't know. I'm not sure if the stream hears that or if they hear it correctly.
It's
like
it's weird.
we don't know if it's like we don't know if it's a problem with how the game is running, or we don't know if it's the audio mixer.
Yeah, I've never seen this happen before. Maybe if I like restart the game, let me try that.
Apparently Arcanus is going batshit insane.
No.
Still,
now.
For that whole practice components are exactly identical in the stream one.
I don't know. If I had to guess, it might be. If I had to guess, it's probably their sound
Okay,
mixer,
see,
sound
after
system.
something like this, everyone's gonna love the run. we're building up hype.
The face of destroying the string.
Just keep going.
All right.
The musical doesn't even finish.
So here we have a pretty long auto scroller. So let's take this opportunity to explain what is Touhou exactly. So first of all, if you want to look it up.
Okay. We fine?
So if you want to look it up, Touhou is romanized as Touhou. So basically, it's actually Touhou is an indie, or like as they call it in Japan, it's a doujin game, and so this is a fan game of a doujin series, which is it sounds pretty strange, but so Touhou is a series of shoot 'em up games, like 2D shoot 'em up games, like Gradius, R-Type. Think those kinds of games, except like instead of spaceships, you have these magical girls who shoot waves and waves of bullets, and they're pretty intense games. So and very difficult, in fact. So it's kind of surprising that Touhou gets so popular as to get a bunch of fan games. It turns out that the characters and settings are actually pretty in vogue for like shoot 'em up games, and the settings are largely from like Japanese folklore. So this game is a kind of an homage to the various games in the Touhou series. So this area is the Forest of Magic, where Marisa, the main character, as well as Alice live.
Yeah, I kinda messed up the word 1 here. I accidentally took like some hits where I'm not supposed to take. Marathon. Kinda nervous. But yeah, I'm supposed to have 8 here, so I can do that.
Yeah, so basically by jumping against the ceiling and then powering up, you can get into the ceiling, and then once you get stuck into the wall, you can either like walk to the left, or you can actually just get zipped downward like he did there. And
yeah, depending on some tiles as well, you can also clip through, and you can walk inside one of the tiles as well.
Yeah, and as you just saw, there are the orbs. You can also make orbs get stuck in the wall and zip.
And here's the hardest boss in the game. Oof, okay.
Yep.
Okay, so what just happened here is a reference to the previous game, the original Super Marisa Land, in which Alice was a playable character, and she was basically hard mode, and if she took a mushroom, she died. And so by tossing the mushroom at Alice, she dies instantly.
Exactly.
This is just a cute little Easter egg, and of course, the fastest way to kill
There's
her.
a lot of Easter eggs on this game as well. We're gonna come up with some as the words go by.
Yeah, so this area is based on the 8th Touhou game, Imperishable Night. So you've got this bamboo forest that you have to go through. to get to the rabbit's hideout, and these rabbits actually come from the moon, but they're here in this bamboo forest.
Mm-hmm.
And so the power-up that goes with this world's theme, it lets you hover in the air for a short time. But it's not like really broken like the Super Mario World cape, because you slow down when you hover. Right. It's
So
kind of tricky to get through these
what I tried
vines.
to do there is like a trick, a frame perfect trick where I press jump and up at the same time at the ledge of the vine, and that would keep my momentum through the area. But it's really, really difficult, and I'm not really, really consistent at it. It's kind of hard.
Talk about the rooms and secret exits.
Oh yeah. So actually this, well, like Super Mario World and a lot of the other Mario games, there's secret exits in various levels.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, this world in particular is like the forest of illusion, in that like almost every level in the world has a secret exit. So you got to find the right path through this world in order to clear it. So there's actually let's see, 6 levels with secret exits in this world. You only need to go through 3 levels. So after this, we're off to the boss stage.
Yeah, and this next stage is kind of a reference on Super Mario Brothers, the fourth level, the castle from the fourth world, where like there's multiple ways and you have to pick a right way. Where if you pick the wrong way, the level restarts. And so I'm gonna be doing like some weird jumps through this entire level.
Yeah, the paths through this level are kind of elaborate.
Mm-hmm.
Especially, I think this part coming up.
So in this room, there's early on there's a hidden switch which would actually guide you through the path by showing some stars that you can collect.
Oh,
to follow
going
the
through the wall,
path.
by the way.
But because he knows the path, he doesn't need to hit the switch to see it.
Yeah, sometimes when you enter doors, then you just like pass through like that. It's weird.
So, and this boss, it can like, this boss is like one of the bosses where luck is a factor. As in, if the boss, it can like spawn or not spawn at all. And if it doesn't spawn, it wastes like 10 seconds. I'm happy to announce though that it spawns all the way, all the times. Right, okay. Oh, nice jump.
Yeah, that was a late spawn in the last hit, but at least like Kelly didn't. Yeah.
Yeah. She spawned us rods. Usually she doesn't spawn at the first round. It's very often that she spawns in the other rounds. So I'm gonna be taking a power up here. And it's gonna be for safety on the next level, because the next level is also another bug feature factor that I need to do correctly, otherwise the world's gonna be really slow.
Yeah, so the world coming up is based on embodiment of Scarlet Devil. So in order to get to the Scarlet Devil Mansion, you have to cross this huge lake and battle a bunch of fairies on the way. So they took that opportunity to make another Mario reference, which you see.
Right here. So this level is really difficult. Ah,
Oh, that's fine.
it's fine. Okay, I'm fine. So
Oh, yeah.
those fishes usually are really terrible most of the time. The spawns that they do usually covers the entire screen, and it spawns like in bunches, and it's very hard to dodge and very unpredictable. So if you take a hit there, you need like another power up for this level. Otherwise, you won't be able to do early skip, early cycle on the crusher coming up.
Yeah, so again, the swimming is sort of like the Mario games.
Yeah.
You just like press a button to swim up, and that hit was intentional.
Yeah, that hit is intentional, so I can go through here. Like so.
Yep.
My apologies for laughing. It's just that the music is incredibly calming.
Yeah. This music is like one of the best musics in the game.
Alright, so we were talking about zipping earlier, and you can make that switch zip through the wall to put it in a good position so you can hit it without slowing down. So that used to be kind of an inconsistent thing, like sometimes we had to stop for a second to make sure we landed on the switch. But that was a really nice trick.
Do you know who discovered that?
It was Raindrop.
I found that.
Okay.
Oh, get in there. If I die there, I'd cry, man. So, by the way, this next lab is very exciting.
It's actually the longest auto-scroller
This
in
is
the
like
run,
the longest auto-scroller in the entire game.
But that's okay because it introduces the best power-up in the game.
I agree.
Probably a good time for a great donation comments, huh?
Yeah, it's a good time for donations.
Time for donations.
All
I just
right.
want to point out that I will be getting a power-up that is very important for the next few levels. And losing this power-up will be really big, and I hope I don't really. Alright, so go on.
All right, we've got a few donations here. First one comes from K-Doodle, Katie Copeland. She says, "Hello, my best friend. I miss you already, but I know you're having a great time. Good luck on your run, and big thanks to the crew behind this year's AGDQ. Thank you, Katie." Also have one from Doki. $10 just says, "I want to let the world know Marisa is the best Toho."
Maybe.
Let's not start that debate.
Yeah, let's not get into that.
Spirited opinions on who might be the best.
We only have one more from Angry Cow, who just donates $75 and says, "Moo."
Oh,
Always good to see some Toho in the lineup.
that's a
We do have one $25 comment from Warren Miller. He just asks, "Can you explain the kill the animals or save the animals thing? Thanks, look forward to this every year." And very briefly, that is a Super Metroid bid war.
Alright, so the next level coming up is the boss stage of this world. Although you don't actually fight the Scarlet Devil herself, you just have to take care of her librarian.
So this is a reference to another fun game called Mega Mario. And the robots you see would be the last boss of that game. And there's a really hard skip on this level, which would be the bot skip coming up. But I'm not gonna do it because doing it would be very risky, and I have high chances of dying, and I can't afford dying on this level at all.
Basically, he could have squeezed in between that bot to go ahead of it instead of waiting for it.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a frame perfect trigger. Right?
No, it's like 3 frame.
It's a couple of frames, but it's really
It's still very precise. Yeah, so
Nice.
here's the first boss where we, instead of stomping it 3 times, you just like shoot 15 orbs at it to defeat it. Basically 5 orbs would be equivalent to 1 stomp of damage. So you have to bring Reimu from potentially like a couple of levels
Yeah,
back.
Reimu is really important through the entire run, and Suak is also really important on this level because I'll be able to skip it entirely.
The boat skip.
Yeah, the
so
boat skip.
the water right now is constantly pushing him downwards, and without the frog power up, he would not actually be able to swim across. But every Toho speed game requires a boat skip, and this is the one in New Super Marisa Land.
Exactly. It's quite mandatory. Otherwise, it's like 1 minute of auto-scrollers, and nobody wants that.
So this world here is based on Perfect Cherry Blossom, and basically you have to find the source of this endless winter, and you have to venture to the desert world in order to take care of what's going on. So you're gonna see some kind of like ghostly enemies as well as snow.
Lots of things inspired by Japanese folklore and demons.
It's also like kind of an reference of Toho 10.5, I think. The Scarlet Redder episode, because Yoyoko is like likes the snow on that game. So I'm gonna lose my Swako here, my Swako powered up, and this upcoming level, man. This upcoming level, man. So I have a friend, and he really likes the big stuff, you know? And I'd like to dedicate this level to him. I'd like to dedicate this level to my friend Zax.
I think that's all we do.
Yeah, I have no commentary right now. Shout out to Zax.
This is a pretty nice level for casual play because this is the easiest way to farm lives when you're playing casually. So if you ever find yourself lacking in lives, you can just pick up the Super Mushroom power-up and run through all the enemies and get a lot of lives along the way. As you can see, he's run into so many enemies that every enemy is just giving him an extra life.
Yeah, in the Juggler Fairies, each ball they are juggling are count as an enemy. So if you bounce them, then you get 1-ups from them as well.
Does it even actually explain the category?
Ooh.
Oh, so the category right now is all mushrooms, which basically means that it's kind of an all worlds category. Every boss in the game gives up one of the mushrooms. The full title of the game is actually, I believe, Marisa and the 6 mushrooms.
Yeah, the six magic mushrooms.
Kind of like the 6 golden coins in Mario Land 2. But there's an any percent category that you can actually take secret exits to skip a lot of the boss stages, and it ends up being about 15 minutes long.
Yeah, about 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's like 11 minutes actually, because there's a wrong warp,
yeah.
And that's a little bit more in depth for the game. I'm not really gonna use the wrong warp in this category, so. In this level here, I also cannot take a hit at all. In fact, taking a hit here and on the next few levels are going to be really bad, because otherwise I won't be able to do the levels correctly. Because overall, a run of this game is pretty much part of management, and you need to carry certain power-ups to different levels.
Yeah, once again, unlike Super Mario World, there's no super broken power-up like the cape, so you end up using a bunch of different power-ups actually to get through the levels.
And this level here is also one of the levels where I need racing.
This is really hard. One more.
Oh! Okay, I got it.
Nice.
And now here comes the quick kill.
So this is Yomu, and we're gonna throw her at her own soul.
So normally you would have to jump on that boss 3 times, but each time you jump on her, it would cause the soul to become bigger, and you would have to shrink it again. But by killing her with fireballs instead, then it allows you to only have to do that in one cycle without constantly making the soul shrink.
It probably saves at least 8 seconds, even if you do that other strat really well.
So I'm going to do this level a little bit different. I'm gonna do it a little bit slower. There we go, I want to show that. So this is actually slower because the power-up you get on this level is the Yukuri. And the Yukuri is really fast. You'd go way faster than this on this entire level. But that's fun, I like to do that. And I don't like Yukuri. Yukuri has like really weird controls. Once you start running, you can't really stop and you can't really have a control on it.
Yeah, I believe we are going to see that Yukuri.
Yeah, we're going to see Yukuri over here though.
It's okay, RDD. You just gotta take it easy.
No.
You'll see it in a moment, but the Yukari is basically the equivalent of the blue shell power-up from New Super Mario Bros. So it's quite a pain to control.
You also cannot stop it as easily.
So here's Yukuri. And that's gonna be the last time we see Yukuri. The one and only time. Hopefully.
Oh yeah, and this world is based on subterranean animism, the 11th Toho game. And
the best
it
one.
mainly takes place underground, and you're basically venturing to the underworld. So you're gonna see some fire traps and lava later. So it's faster to slow down in order to get full speed for the last part here.
Okay.
Nice.
So this next level is supposed to be a maze, a labyrinth, but it's a speed one. We don't like mazes very much, so we're just gonna go through the corridors.
Yeah, this stage actually takes a while to figure out casually. Like I probably timed out once or twice when figuring this out for the first time.
Gonna switch power-ups here because I need to carry the teacup for the boss. And now I need to take a switch. Okay. So this next level, hopefully, if I do it correctly, it's gonna be something.
And here's where the power-ups come into play again.
Okay. And another one. Oh, okay. So we pretty much are skipping a lot of the level right now.
And you have to wait for a long time for those fire bars to pass by if you try not to get hit.
Yeah,
so you just get hit.
There's actually a faster way to do that, but it's really difficult and it requires like a lot of precision.
All right, this next level's introduces this little beam cannon here, which will take in fireballs and fire out a laser, but he's only going to use it right at the start here. After this, though, there's a super tight sequence of jumps and flutters with the...
Okay.
Nice.
No.
If he gets it all right, it'll look really neat. Nice.
Okay.
Nice. That's definitely one of the harder levels in this world, and he just nailed it.
Yeah, that skips a moving platform ride, basically, so it saves a lot of time. Alright, so we're gonna see where the Reimu power-up comes in.
Yeah, as with a lot of the other bosses in this game, it's much faster to just use the Reimu power-up with the yin-yang arms. It's much faster than the normal intended way methods to kill the bosses.
We'll get up there.
For this boss, you're supposed to use that beam cannon that they introduced in the last level, But that's really slow because you have to stomp on her head to get her to spit a fireball, and then suck up the fireball and wait for it to charge and fire, and you have to do that 3 times. It's really slow, so...
Oh no. I messed up.
There we
Okay.
go, nice.
Yeah, what I was supposed to do there is I was going to hit her, stomp her once, and shoot behind her back. But I accidentally pressed forward too much, and that kind of threw me off. And this next word is one of my favorite words to speedrun, and also one of the hardest, I'd say, together with 45. It introduces a new power-up, which would be the 10-ship power-up. It is a power-up that lets you make a platforms, so you can use them like this. The platform that falls will kill the enemy that is below it or in front of it. And I really need this to do the next level correctly. And I have a really high chance of dying.
Yeah, this next level is super scary, but if he gets it right, it'll look absolutely awesome, so be hyped.
Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay.
Well, the power-ups aren't super critical for this next sequence of levels, but you still do have to do this first part without Tenchi.
Yeah, which is kind of slow because platforms like really.
This is why that
No.
this is why that platform power up is really important, because these platforms are slow.
But I think we get the power up under there. Okay. And last but not least, airwalk.
Airwalk is the most important trick. It's RNG manipulation, we swear.
Yeah, you know the game, right? Alright, I'm gonna try this once. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, you need to make some very precise jumps in order to get up to that air current. Oh, and by the way, this world is based off of Mountain of Faith. You're basically climbing this mountain to reach this shrine that's being newly built, and they have some sort of deity of wind there, so that's why there's the air currents and stuff. So you see more air currents in the next stage.
Kind of a little reference to the Pokies from Super Mario World.
Mm-hmm.
These guys' heads have kind of weird hitboxes though, so sometimes you take unexpected hits, but it looks like he made it through all right.
Yeah, that was good.
So this is one of the bosses where we don't use fireball to kill, because I tried to find ways to kill with fireball, but kind of doesn't work because it floats, and jumping and smashing is kind of difficult. And this is a knife, the burst toho. Just kidding. Okay.
Nice.
So I made this platform here so I can get the mushroom faster. Like this. If I jump early enough, I can like go completely off screen. But I don't have the right audio cue for that right now, so.
So we're actually coming up on the last world already here. Just one transition level between the two.
guys have time for one quick donation, I've got one here for you.
Go ahead.
From DJ Sama8, greetings from your regular viewers, DJ Sama, K-Doodle, Haru, Perks, and Venpits. We are all cheering you on and hope you're having a great time.
Thank you, DJ Summer.
So yeah, the last world we're coming up on is based on the 12th game in the series,
UFO.
UFO, Undefined Fantastic Object.
Yes.
Something like that.
So I'm going to be taking a hit here, so I think I can get momentum and go to this level faster. There's not much to this level, and the next level is going to introduce a new power-ups of some kind. It's not really a power-up, it's something that lets you go slow and it's not really useful. It's a bad power-up.
It is needed for a couple of secret exits, though. So we do need to get it.
Yeah, I do need to get it anyways. Okay. So I skip getting a lot of UFOs over there, which would otherwise make this level way slower. And here's a special ones where we need to go to get the secret exit of this level.
It's also worth noting that similar to the Yukari power-up, getting a UFO makes you lose your current power-up and locks you into the UFO, so
Yeah.
he can't switch out of this until it just times out like that.
Or you get another power-up. If you get another power-up, you switch out as well.
Yeah, that's right. If you get a new power-up, it replaces the UFO immediately.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually a boss coming up that uses that fact to their advantage. Which is
Oh, that's a bad place to get a power-up.
This stage is actually interesting in 100%, which he's not doing. I'd just like to point out all of these houses he's skipping. If you wanted to collect all of the red stars in this stage, you would have to go into all of those houses, and each one of them requires that you use all of the different power-ups in the game.
Oh, that's actually another level.
Huh?
That's actually another level.
It's another level? I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, but this level...
Someone else take this away from me.
It's no problem, man.
Okay, so
Let's
coming
here's a
up here,
frog.
we've got a bit of a tricky auto-scroller, but it's still an auto-scroller, so it's probably a good time to read some donation comments.
Yeah, by the way, the next few levels are auto-scrollers.
Yeah, there's
which
auto-scrollers
is-
most of the way through.
Which is like lame.
Okay.
But yeah, feel free to read donations.
No problem. We've got a $20 donation from Joe Forever. Great run so far. Glad to be donating during the Toho game. Good luck, and don't forget that Master Spark solves everything. We have a $50 donation from Toriel Shalna. Yay for Toho. Always love donating as a huge gamer and someone who's lost too many family members to cancer. Thank you. We've got a $30 donation from Kenta Kurodani. Shoutouts to my friend at #Toho on Esper. Awesome place for people newer to the series. Major shoutouts to Crimmy Doodle and RaindropDry for introducing Toho to the AGDQ crowd. Put this towards runner's choice.
Kill the animals.
That's my boy.
Yeah, man.
So coming up here on the boss level, we got kind of a dual reference, both to the setting for the second half of the Toho game UFO, and also, as you can see, to Super Mario Bros. 3 airships. So once again, it's another auto-scroller. So we'll be here for a little while.
Yeah, one thing important to notice though is that I get 2 power-ups over here. One at the very beginning from a secret block, and this one also from a secret block. I really need to carry those power-ups to the last level.
That was actually fine.
Yeah, that was actually fine. There's no problem with that.
He just needs the power-up in reserve there.
Yeah, in a little while, he's actually going to be forced to take a UFO, which completely eliminates your current power-up anyway. So, as long as he just holds that thing in reserve, it's no problem at all.
There's a life over here. Ah, it's gonna be life, man. Got it.
Yeah, this game likes its hidden blocks.
Yeah, the game really likes hidden blocks.
You have to show off the thing that you have post-game.
Which one?
The one up in the post-game screen.
Oh. If you want, if I have time.
Okay, so this is next boss, Nue, and she's such a nice girl, she just tries to give you power-ups.
Yeah, really nice.
But,
Oh!
Okay.
yeah, in all seriousness, though, as we explained before, taking another power-up while in UFO immediately ends the UFO. So during that fight, it would result in you immediately plummeting to your death. So
I was really lucky. So you're pushing the last level right here. And it's
so
really
yeah, last couple levels, and hey, the next one, guess what? It's an auto-scroller.
yeah.
But this time it scrolls twice as fast. It's quite a twist.
It's really hard.
I'm actually a bit nervous for this level because sometimes there's gonna be platforms, and platforming is difficult, I guess.
And this trampoline here.
Is the last boss. Oh, okay, we made it. Thank you.
Yeah, the trampoline blocks are kind of finicky, and sometimes it just seems like at random. Sometimes
it's
you don't
pretty
get your
much-
full jump.
It's pretty much like the Super Mario Brothers, the original Super Mario Brothers trampolines, in which you have to press the button in a very precise time, so you can jump as high as possible. So it sometimes results in deaths. Oh my god. Okay. Oh Jesus. Okay. We're fine.
Okay.
We're fine. We're fine.
Yeah, it's very important to keep the
Yeah,
rainy
it's really
power-up for
important to keep
final
the power
boss.
up.
So yeah, coming up on the final boss here, and once again, as with most of the other bosses, having the fireball power-up makes
Yeah, and
it
this
much
boss-
faster.
And this boss, unlike the first one, is like really difficult.
The time is after the screen.
And
appears on the
I'm gonna tell when to time, by the way.
Yes, on the, yeah.
We use a different certain time. Anyways, this boss is really difficult, so I really need to pay attention. You can see it's a big mushroom. And okay, we're done. It's not time yet.
So yeah, normally he launches these little spores that you have to stop by bouncing on like a shell and then throw them back at him. But
Oh man, the time's like music cue here. And time. Nice. Thank you. So this is a nice credits where you can break the blocks of people you don't like. I can make that there. Oh, I want to be able to make head. Oh, that's it. Do I have time to show stuff? Do I have time to show the stuff up? Do I have time to show stuff up? Some stuff on the game? Oh, okay.
We did have an awful setup.
Yeah, okay, it's fine. Yeah, thank you for watching.
All right, that was RaindropDry with New Super Marisa Land. Let's give him another round of applause.
Thank you. Already did. Your purse. We have it. Yeah, your purse.
Yeah. That was New Super Marisa Land. Slow music. Slow music. Slow music. No. Yes. Watch the card. Yeah. Just sit there.
So I can go to. Thanks for watching AGDQ. That was New Super Marisa Land. We're going to take a quick break to commercial real quick, and we'll be right back with you.
So basically what happens is the couch there is where the runner and anybody who's commentating on the run sits. There's also people in the back where they're the spectators. So that's... Yeah, that's the runner area. And that's what's on. Yeah, and that's what they see. And the couch is where the runner and all people who are going to be commentating on the run sit. People behind them are just kind of friends for support who are going to be on camera. And then the entire thing is captured here on display. They can get the console and the output. And yeah, so far we've raised like 2 grand. So
how much did they raise an SGDQ last time? Do you remember what the SGDQ total was for 2014? 750. 750? No. Oh, okay.
Welcome back to Awesome Games Done Quick 2015. Next up is Squidclaw, who's going to be running They Bleed Pixels. 100% of your donations at Awesome Games Done Quick 2015 go to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Prevent Cancer Foundation is the only nonprofit in the United States that solely focuses on cancer prevention and early detection. Each year, more than 1.6 million Americans are diagnosed with the disease, and more than 500,000 die from the disease. However, research shows that up to 60% of cases and more than 50% of deaths are preventable with what we know now. Prevent Cancer Foundation focuses their efforts in research, education, outreach, and advocacy, with over $138 million invested in over 29 years. And we are Awesome Games Done Quick. The Games Done Quick event held every year in January, featuring members of Speed Demos Archive and Speedruns Live. SDA proudly hosts speedruns of over 1,000 games with forums containing speedrunning planning and marathon discussions. SDA welcomes gamers old and new alike. You can follow them on Twitter at SDA Speedruns and visit their website at http://speeddemosarchive.com. And Speedruns Live is the best site to race video games online against other players of all skill levels. They're hosting a short series of races starting January 17th titled Get Yourself Speedrunning. You go to their front page, http://speedrunslive.com for more information and to watch a variety of speedrun streams. I want to give a shout out to Twitch, who is hosting us online. Let you know that all Twitch subscriptions at $5 goes 100% to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Also want to give a shout out to the Yeti. Yeti is a t-shirt site featuring an awesome new site design. And 24 hours, awesome new shirt design every 24 hours for a low price. Yeti has partnered with us for AGDQ 2015, offering an array of shirts. $3 from every shirt sold goes to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. You can check out their collection at www.theyetee.com/gamesdonequick. Also, thank you to TinyBuild. TinyBuild Games is an indie developer morphed into an indie publisher. They partner up with indies across the world to help better their games as well as develop games themselves. Check them out at www.tinybuild.com and check out their game Speedrunners, available in the AGDQ 2015 Humble Bundle. Speaking of that Humble Bundle, you can check out the Awesome Games Done Quick Bundle on humblebundle.com. That's HUMBLEBUNDLE.com. Pay what you want for up to 9 games, a Twitch Turbo subscription, a subscription to XSplit Premium, and exclusive merchandise, all while supporting Prevent Cancer Foundation. We have a few donations. One donation is from S1R Toast. Donates $50 and says, "Great cause. Grandmother has breast cancer. My mother has it too. Hoping this money makes a difference. Thank you for what you're doing." And thank you very much. Got a $10 donation from Coffee Cone. Says, "Hey, thanks for streaming for us, guys. I love watching this live for my first time. I want to put this money towards killing those animals."
It's good. No, it's good. It's good. I can see they just calling on.
Yeah. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hey, Devs, can you hear us?
Yep.
All right, we can hear you.
Good.
Cool. Just to double check, who do we have on the call right now?
It's Miguel Sternberg. I was a game designer and artist on They Bleed Pixels.
And I'm Andrew. I was the coder and helped with some of the game design.
Okay. And do you know our voices? I'm Studio and... Oh, is Squidclaw's mic on?
I don't think it is.
Oh.
I'm Squidclaw.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this.
Me too, me too. How about you, Squidclaw? You looking forward to this?
Yeah, sure. So we doing countdown, did I hear? Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, welcome to They Bleed Pixels. This is going to be a speed run that just kind of utterly, I'd say, smashes through the game.
Yeah, this monitor is kind of bright. There's supposed to be, around the outside of the character, the outline is supposed to be white if you can dash, and kind of a grayish color if you can't dash. There's a timeout, and I can't see that right now. It just all looks white, so.
Yeah, and that dash mechanic is huge for the run. Yeah, every time...
I can deal.
Every time he can dash, he more or less wants to be dashing just because you get so much speed. There's also, I want to say this is a glitch, but I'm not positive. You guys can correct me. If you dash and do a jump before your dash finishes, you can get a double jump in the air, giving you a ton of extra height and horizontal distance.
That is definitely a glitch. I didn't actually know that one.
Oh, I mean, you can't do that. He's not going to do that at all. Like, don't fix that. Don't worry about it.
Or is it that, like, I'm not sure actually. If it's just dashing and then immediately going into a jump, that, yes. If you can double jump a second time after that, that's not intended.
Just that.
That thing he just did?
That was fine.
Oh,
that
okay.
thing he did, though, the hover trick, that we didn't know about until after we launched.
Okay, yeah. You can also hover, by the way.
Okay.
I guess we should cover more of the movement. So the key one is the dash. Everything else, there's a double jump. You can kind of cling onto walls. It's fairly standard. And there's also a few attacks that will have different properties. The kicks, for example, launch enemies instead of doing damage. You have some upward claw attacks. There's a lot of combat in this game when you do a normal playthrough, and still quite a bit when you're doing the speed run.
Yeah, we still trap him in rooms every once in a while where he can't do anything but fight.
And he will, and he's really effective at it, I've found myself.
Oh my god.
You kind of have to be. What is that, 141?
Yeah, so my best speed run on this level, on the first level, was like a 159, I think.
And we've both, of course, played hundreds and hundreds of hours of this. And we've been working on a big update, so recently I've been playing hundreds of hours of it again, but I do not come close to this.
Okay, so to describe what he's doing right now, you have hearts in this game. You can take up to 3 shots, but the way the physics work and your invincibility is really brief. So if you get launched into a saw blade, the ones you guys have seen kind of spinning around, you'll instantly die more or less. Like getting hit is generally a death sentence in this game. So avoiding saws, which will propel you all over the place, is incredibly difficult and more or less an instant kill if he gets hit.
Yeah, definitely more so on the later levels where it's just nearly aligned with saws, so no matter where you go, you end up hitting something. Early on, you can kind of get away with it.
Yeah, some of the saws aren't too deadly. Most of them eventually just become nightmares.
Nice.
Also, this room is incredibly difficult if you don't finish it quickly. Those squids, I believe they're squid heads is what they're called?
Squiddy things.
I think it's called, yeah, squiddy things.
Squiddy things. Those squiddy things will just overwhelm you. Enemies in this game all have hitboxes. They will all kind of disjoint you. All right, this is a difficult trick. He needs to kind of damage boost off the spike.
Oh.
I didn't dash far enough. There we go.
Nice. And that saves a few seconds.
God.
So the reason that glitch works is basically he's canceling out of the down attack move, and we have a slight pause just as you start that move that's just there for dramatic effect for the animation. But since you can always cancel out of it, it ends up in this like weird hovering loop.
Yeah, and
as I understand it, allows like him to get a little bit more of a like less steep angle when falling.
Yeah, you get a lot more horizontal distance as you fall, and that's how you cover some of the longer gaps out there. And actually, all those skips that you do with that hover tend to be really precise. Like you can barely make it in the end.
So this bit that he just went through, a lot of people hate that bit, but it's actually one of my favorite bits of level design in the game. It used to be much, much harder, but by the time it actually launched, it's at this level of ridiculousness.
I despise that part. That was, oh, I died so much there.
Yeah, generally, like, I'd make a level and then send it to him, and then he'd just, like, send me curse words.
If he hates it, is that a good sign? Like, the worse it is for him, the better you've made?
No.
I tried to balance it. I know a lot of people consider this to be ridiculously hard, but I kind of, like, I get bored in platforming games if they start too easy. I feel like too many games do that, personally.
Yeah, so this one just starts out murderous.
And then gets ridiculous.
And I have to say that's one of the things that I love about this game is that even after speedrunning it hundreds of hours, it's still a difficult game. Like, this does not get easy.
Oh, man.
I should not have attacked him.
Okay, yeah, so that Wraith is going to chase him for the rest of the map, and now she's angry, so she goes a lot faster. He might have to kill her. Yeah, once she gets in front, you kind of got to take care of her. Normally, you can kind of, you know, take them out like booze. Just look towards them, and they'll stop chasing. But once they're after you, they don't stop, and they will chase you for the rest of the map. This game has a ton of global timers, global enemies. Once something is on you, or if you're trying to predict something in the future, you have to do it at the start of the level.
Yeah, no, some of the AI is triggered as you get close to it. or after you hit a specific switch, but almost everything other than like the base enemies just keeps going from the very start of the game.
Nice, 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 nice.
So we're about to get away from this level, but this background is one of my favorites that I did for the game.
I was actually testing some of the combat in this level, and at one point I had gathered up all the ghosts from the entire level, plus those 4 at the end, and fought them.
Yeah, that will totally happen. I've had some people go like, some of these ghosts just ambushed me partway through that fight, and it's them following people through the entire level.
Yep. Actually, those ghosts are hidden in the walls too, so your first time through, it's like, I'm on a wall, I'm safe, I'm gonna jump to the side, and then the ghost just knocks you into the spike pits below. Oh yeah, pretty much below everything is a spike pit that instantly kills.
Yeah.
There's a small property with raising platforms where you get a huge jump off of them, so that's how he's able to kind of use that raising platform and just skip most of that auto-scroller.
Yeah, it gives you a slight boost if a platform's moving up.
Wow.
As for the dash, it resets if you strike an enemy. If they block it or you don't hit an enemy, you don't get a second dash, so he's able to kind of keep momentum as long as he hits something. So any enemy, can be a knife imp, a squiddy thing, a thresher, which are like, or shambler, I think, are the big shambly guys. We'll give him another attack, another dash, which lets him keep zooming along. And this section's kind of I want to say more of like a gauntlet. There is no save points allowed. Normally to save in this game, you have to find a safe area, wait, I think 3 seconds. And as long as nothing bothers you and you have a full blood meter, which is the kind of blade at the top, that's purple right now, you can make a checkpoint. There are no checkpoints here, so if he dies, he has to go to the bottom. And of course, it's filled with saws and spikes and insta-kill spikes and threshers and shamblers. And I don't know what threshers are because I kind of made them up, but...
It's all good.
I didn't even know you could take that route there.
It's just like the girl. Nothing in this game has an official name. Wow.
Yeah, what do you guys call her anyways? I was going for Squid Girl, then I realized she doesn't look like a squid. Claw Girl kind of works, because she...
Yeah, the Clawed Girl is generally what we call her. That sort of came from, like, we were trying to decide on a name, and a friend of ours does a comic called Jim's book.
Skull Kickers?
Skull Kickers. And his characters are nameless. I thought that was kind of interesting to have them just sort of, like, be named by their characteristics. So did something similar.
So there's a glitch that almost murdered Squidclaw here, which when there's platforms that can lower when you step on them, the problem is, oh my god. That was tight. So he ran to the bomb at midair, which slowed his momentum. Normally you can kind of combo enemies in the air like that, but it does stop all your movement more or less. And it stopped it right next to an exploding bomb.
This game has such awesome deaths.
Yeah, you pretty much get blown into everything. Like, I think everything in this game has killed me at least once.
I'd hope so, otherwise it's not doing its job.
But, this section right here is a good example of the global timers. If you get here fast enough, you get a really, really early cycle, but those falling platforms, when you land on them, sometimes if you jump the frame you land on them, you will not actually jump. It'll play the sound, distract you for a second, then those platforms sink into the spikes, and you die. Not to say there's any bad glitches in this game.
Yeah. Well, one thing I've definitely found watching this year of Awesome Games Done Quick is just the number of glitches to get into pretty much every game. As much as like every time we see one, we sort of cringe.
Yeah. Don't worry, I like the game still.
Yeah. No, as the programmer, I watched this and I'm just like, oh, I would so fire my ass. Excuse me.
I feel like if programmers were judged based off how speedrunners handle the game, very few people would still have a job at this point.
Yeah, no.
The Claw Girl has a really high minimum jump height. You can't really do a super low jump. So in some of those kind of clutch situations, you have to really maximize it, and he was able to bounce between the solid blades. He almost died right there, but luckily he was kind of projectile in the right spot.
The shortcut he took there into the big spears was actually one of the few places where I deliberately left something for speedrunning.
Okay, I wondered about that one.
Well, yeah, those you haven't died to them yet, so those kind of really sharp spikes will instantly kill you if you land on top of them. You can jump through them from the bottom, but if you land on top, it's insta-death and a scream and all that.
And you can get through them from the side if you know exactly where to go.
Now, I love this section just because like you can go so fast through it, and you're rewarded for it because all the enemies just start suiciding into the spikes.
Yeah.
I'll do it to show it off since you like it so much.
All right. You gotta do the cool dive. You gotta do the cool dive.
Oh yeah.
So during the rewrite, there was a bit here that I had to fix. I died so much in this last section.
All right, you gotta either not die. There you go. What?
Hey.
Oh, what?
Okay, we're safe.
The bomb knocked him underneath the platform.
Can I say that's never happened before?
Yeah.
Holy.
So, yeah, we should say we've been working on, over the last year or so, on a big update to the game, which is partially rewriting the entire thing in C, sort of run on more low-end machines, and stream better, but also adding a whole bunch of new features, including for speedrunners, we're now going to have the ability to play back people's runs on the leaderboards. So it'll be like shared online.
I'm gonna copy all of Squidclaw's strats. Like,
I am so hyped for that. It's gonna be awesome once it's done. Oh, that's bad.
Oh, so the Wraith
I'm dead.
didn't die to a bomb back there, and global enemies. She's also angered because I think the bomb might have propelled her. And any sort of aggressive action, even if it's by an enemy, turns her aggro onto the Cloud Girl. There's a skip you can do here, and you, like you said, go into the insta-kill spikes from the side. Lets you barely avoid dying. There's the bomb that needs to kill her. You look towards her, so she should be dead.
Yeah.
Now, there's a couple of squiddy things following him right now. And as long as he stays fast, they're not going to catch up. But the problem is there's a ton of enemies coming up. Those knife imps are super aggressive, and I think he can just save point right here.
Yeah.
And also, there's more squiddy things. This is probably one of the worst levels for the casual player in terms of not dying a lot. I think most of my friends that play this game stop around this level, or at least they don't finish it, so I don't see their times on the leaderboards.
Yeah, no, we've sort of figured out what the points where people cut off. One is that sort of foresty level that's all green in the background with a lot of slippery areas. The last level and this level are all sort of cut off points. Yeah. If you get past here, though, you're pretty much, at that point, it's clear that you're like enough of a masochist, you'll get through the rest of it.
We'll have a conversation about 4-3 later on, don't worry.
I'm actually looking forward to see you do 4-3.
Yeah, 4-3 is by far the hardest level. At least it is out yet. There's a bonus level coming up that is definitely harder than anything in the actual game.
Nice. All right, so this is going to be kind of pushing some of the hovering to its limit. He's going to hover as far as he can, trying to get to this bomb imp right here.
Actually, that was dumb. I'm just going to kill myself. You can get back up there, but it is way too hard and usually wastes more time than it's worth.
Yeah, there's just enough space in the platform below it to try and jump up. He's landed right there, so he can get the double jump back. Oh my god!
Why are you scared?
Oh yeah, that was all planned.
Yeah.
If he goes too fast, the bomb imps will knock him back into the saws here. There's a ton of bombs, and they'll detonate each other once you start kicking them forward. He gets enough blood for a checkpoint from that sawed enemy. And no big deal.
Wow.
Like, if any save looks difficult or clutch, it's because it is. This game is incredibly unforgiving about not having you die. Right now, I think there's...
Whoa! Okay.
What the hell?
Yeah, I like that trick too. It's
Sorry, we're just both trying to figure out how that worked. Because the hitbox should have hit, I guess?
No, not quite.
I just imagine you opening up all your code right now.
Yeah. Yeah, Andrew's kind of crying over here now.
So I'm over at Miguel's place, and I'm like, should I take the laptop? And he's like, no, it's all good. And I'm like, yeah,
This is one of the forced combat areas. We're going to discover some squid mechanics in a second here.
Yeah, there's something here that I found out actually in practice the other day. You can make the squid dance.
They have a minimum aggro range, so right here they're not gonna, or not minimum aggro, but minimum kind of attack range before they'll do their launch attack. And they have to be horizontal, so we got a squid party going on.
That's great.
Squid party's over.
Wow.
That is 3-3 done. Probably one of the hardest levels in the game.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's like a 20-minute to 40-minute one for me usually.
Okay, so 4-1 is actually incredibly painful to speedrun. The start is crucial. If he gets caught out, this section right here is so difficult to get through.
Yeah, good enough.
All right, yeah. If the Shamblers don't die, you can have trouble getting past them. Oh!
It put me on the wrong cycle, so I wasn't familiar with them.
Oh!
It put me on the wrong cycle, so I wasn't familiar with what to do. And that may screw me up. Okay.
Okay, this is a tricky position.
Yeah, this is where it gets bad. Okay.
There we go.
I'm probably good.
As long as he gets the saws up before that squiddy thing catches up. Yeah, finding any enemy in this section is almost impossible because you can't control yourself well enough, and those squiddy things will hunt you down from the last section. If you're going for like an IL right here, you want to kill enemies, but you really need the safety, especially with 1 HP. There's a ton of enemies coming up.
And I don't want to have to do that beginning section again.
So you just let that ghost chase you through the rest of the level?
I don't know.
I guess you're probably fast enough that it doesn't matter.
I don't remember offhand.
It either dies to a bomb, or you just outpace it and it doesn't get aggroed off the bombs. There's actually a skip you can do here that has almost no consistency whatsoever. And it sets up another skip with 2 level HP to do that reliably either, so instead he's able just to go ahead and do this short falling section. It doesn't waste a lot of time to not do the skip.
Yeah.
And you can still do the cooler skip and the bigger time saver anyways.
Yeah, we're coming up to the skip that I just look at and go like, I really didn't get enough sleep just before we shipped. Because I was supposed to sort of go through all the levels and make sure every area was lined with spikes, save this long stretch here.
Yeah. It's a shame there aren't any spikes there.
Usually I like to put down a checkpoint up there because this can be kind of dangerous. But I have this set up that usually works pretty well for me now. There we go.
Wow, that skips a lot.
Yeah. There's another falling section, a lot of enemies to kill. Instead, you just kind of go towards this last auto-scroller, which he has 1 HP for it. This is also not an easy auto-scroller. You can kind of avoid the enemies pretty easily, but the saw sections here are difficult. If you're playing through this normally, you'll try and accelerate a lot, do large movements, and you'll have to deal with her kind of acceleration and turning animation, but instead he can just kind of sputter along and avoid some of the saw blades coming up. I'd say this is a good use of the word sputter. And he's through.
Looking forward to seeing how broken this bit is.
Yeah. This one's actually fine. I think there's pretty much nothing broken about it.
I just can't do it that quickly.
It's just
that's
fast, yeah. He's just good at the game.
Was that seriously under 3 minutes for that? Wow.
I'm not sure.
I'm so glad we have dev commentary for this. It makes it so much better.
No, it's... So I don't know if anyone's noticed, but there's a little bit of cheating on some of the leaderboards for some of these levels. And so I've been looking at them, and I'm just like, okay, there's no way anyone can do this in like 3 minutes. I'm sorry. Yeah, never mind.
I'll be interested to see how you handle the end of this bit, this level. A lot of the levels, like there was a tower earlier on, we didn't have boss fights because we just didn't have the time and the money to implement a bunch of unique bosses, but I tried to have some sort of rising action at the end of each level. So that's often where there's a bit where you can't put down a checkpoint or some other like ridiculous challenge.
I don't know where that ghost went. There should be a ghost following me.
We'll see if she comes back.
Oh, is that the second death?
I think there's been a handful of them.
A few. Luckily, none of them have cost too much time.
Yeah.
This section right here, you can kind of barely make it through the saws. I love the way the saws arrange themselves here. Oh. It's still a really tight jump, of course. If you hit a saw, you don't get your jump reset. The spikes do reset your double jump, though, so essentially, if he ever gets clipped by a saw, it can really be dangerous for him to survive. And you also don't have the biggest window to actually jump because after you land on a spike, you're still in kind of a falling animation.
Oh my, wow.
Yeah, so this is how this game normally looks when people play it.
Yeah, my time is about 20 minutes slower than his, so my speedruns are pretty much this for one level for about 10 or 12 minutes. And the rest go okay.
Yeah. This is looking more like me playing.
If you face the shambler there as you're falling, you'll get kind of that slow motion, which wastes a couple seconds.
Oh.
It's no biggie.
That point.
And cool trick here.
Oh, that's so good.
Whoa.
I was so happy when I found that.
This is another forced combat section. You can do some fun things with the shamblers here, make them shamble. Its room's perfectly set up to bounce them pretty much all over the place and get them thrown into spikes and whatnot.
Yeah, no, I tried to do that as much as possible, make it where if you like kicked them into a certain spot, it would like bounce them around into something else. Make fun patterns of blood.
The hidey hole. One more little section of combat, more shamblers come out. Once the squiddy things come out from the bottom, you'll have a chance to start moving forward. This is kind of like I almost want to say a puzzle section compared to the rest of the game. You have to hit 4 switches contained behind 4 different challenges. This one is, of course, just a bunch of enemies you have to fight in a row, and of course a bunch of bombs that come in at the end. This next one's kind of an inaccurate use of the exploding fist, which hasn't been used a lot, but you can launch enemies if you hit them in the air.
Or bombs can launch you.
You can launch enemies if you hit them in the air. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you mess that up, it can get dangerous very quickly. This room right here, you're kind of against the time with the saws normally. However, you just fall through and zip by. It's not too big a deal.
Oh my god.
So if you had a bit more HP here, you could go for a skip where you dash through the saws, and if you're lucky, you make it to the other side. If you're unlucky, you try to dash through saws. What do you think is going to happen? But this is essentially an auto-scroller. You have to race against the saws. Squidclaw's not really having any issues with the race part. Yeah, actually, it's easy to die if you chase them too much.
Yeah, I think that's actually the single longest period of downtime in the run. That's where I like get a drink of water or something when I'm just standing there.
Oh, if you're too slow, by the way, those saws will come back and kill you.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
5 minutes. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Okay, I want to see this.
So yeah, this is the hardest level in the game.
Yes. No question.
And So one of the other things coming with the update is an easy set of levels, and this was the hardest one to modify into an easy version. Because one of the core skills is that sort of clinging to stuff and jumping around them. Here, the stuff with the gears. And that's not something like novice players can really handle at all, and yet the whole level's built around that.
Yeah, these ascents are really some of the hardest parts of the game, if not the hardest parts of the game. If you at all like fall behind, you're going to get swarmed by enemies. Like if you take the normal route here instead of this secret page route, which by the way, there's collectibles we haven't really seen much of. If you don't take this route, then you're more or less fighting versus enemies non-stop, and you can't stop to fight them because you're trying to speed run. So instead, you make a mistake and you instantly die. This next section I think is one of the worst for new players. He has to dash then walk for more or less a step or two. It's not a lot, but it's enough where you can very easily get caught out.
Yeah, I actually do it kind of the opposite. I walk a bit then dash. But yeah, it's really tricky timing.
If he'd gotten hit by that Shambler, he would have almost guaranteed to die. I feel like that's a lot of this run. I just want to point that out. Like, if he gets hit by a thing, he will die to everything else around him. This is another ascent section. It's hard. I'd say a little bit harder than the other one. Same deal where if you make a mistake, you get punished, but it's such a longer ascent. And also these saws, the way they reset, it takes a while, so you really can't afford to fall down at all. It's hard to recover.
Yeah, so like once I got hit there, I couldn't do anything because I was in constant,
saw bounce, I'd say.
Yeah.
Saw bounce syndrome happens a lot in this game.
Like I never got control back once I got hit until I was already dead.
The invincibility frames don't last as long as the hurt animations. Every now and then you'll just get launched into the corner of a saw and it's just like 1, 2, 3, you're dead. If he jumps too high here, he'll bounce off the ceilings and fall. Luckily, you can kind of recover. See?
Nice.
Good timing.
But it's definitely, you have to wait for the saws to retract like that. A Shambler here can get an attack off sometimes. If you come up with 1 HP, he will finish you off from behind other Shamblers, and you just have to duck or die.
Oh my god.
On for the ghost.
Nicely done.
This section's not too bad if you take the pace of the saws, but going forward, the saws are kind of disjointed from each other. So Squidclaw has to be careful to make sure he doesn't essentially go too fast or too slow, or else he'll just land right on top of a saw. This section shows the exciting slide attack, which you don't use a whole lot, but you can use it to launch enemies upward. The saws instantly kill, the spikes not so much, so the spikes are like half as fun.
Oh, that's bad.
Oh.
And now I come up and try and get the saws to kill me because I was dead anyway.
Unfortunately, there is no way to recover from that since he's locked out of retreating, and the saws are going to be in front of him no matter what. Oh, if you really like saws, we have a good section for you coming up. If you ever want to see a ton of saws trying to kill some sort of Cthulhu girl, now's your time.
Yeah, I thought this was like the maximum number of saws you could put into a game, but I recently did some playtesting for N++, and they actually managed to put more of their sort of analog of saws into a room.
So I don't know how new players beat this room. Like, this has been the only strategy that's ever worked for me. If you try and fight in the middle, fighting this ghost with the saws floating around is just incredibly difficult. This is a time section, so eventually more squiddy things will pop out, and most of them will kind of kill themselves on those rotating saws. How did you guys beat this section? Because I really don't know how people are supposed to do this.
I actually do it by like paying attention to the saws and bouncing up and down.
Oh man.
And occasionally if I fall down into there, I'll get a few shots off that way.
Yeah, I should say that the room just previous to the one with the ghosts, the one with all those saws, that took me, I don't know, my first run through was like an hour and a half just to get past that room.
An inauspicious start.
This is the final level, by the way. It's chapter 5, I guess. Not even, no numbers, just chapter 5 on its own.
Yeah, it's basically like I took all of the bits that I loved the most in previous levels and then tried to come up with some sort of
nice
twist on them. It's kind of a best of.
This is incredibly difficult to do if he you're able to land just barely on those tiny little sections of slime, so you don't have good momentum coming off them, and if you move at all, you get kind of jungled like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it safe from here on.
I was gonna say, is that actually like that much faster doing it that route?
If you can get it for an IL, yeah.
I want to say it saves like 7 seconds compared to actually doing the intended route.
The saws are pretty unwieldy about reliable launches. You can actually get a launch off those saws that sometimes sends you forward, sometimes instantly kills you, and I think that's kind of an issue with the safe runs.
Yeah, the the current version of the game is not necessarily deterministic between runs. The rewrite, because of implementing the replay, it is now fully deterministic, which means that the saws will launch you exactly the same way every single time. So you may be able to use saws to launch.
On the other hand, I think it's such a like slight degree difference between getting launched in one direction and the other that it may still just be like impossible for a human to actually do.
Yeah, I think at the very least it seems like very tight positioning and timing to get them to work how you want. Which is why I don't really do it except in like one spot, which is actually just up here.
This ascent right here is incredibly difficult for the way the saws move around, and the squiddy things can overwhelm you. Sometimes they'll die to the saws, which is really nice. This section is kind of test your dash or test your slam skills.
Yeah, no, I consider most of this level actually to be pretty easy, except for that bit that he just passed. That's the bit that slows me down. As the jerk who designed the level.
Yeah, so I could have dashed through the saw there, but it's kind of randomly takes either 1 or 2 hit points depending how exactly you bounce through, so I don't want to do it unless I have full health.
So this section's kind of interesting in that it almost needs a route with how you proceed. Like the first part of the ascent is relatively easy, just, you know, if you've made it this far you can avoid those saws normally. But then this section up here, like avoiding the enemies and surviving, it's almost overwhelming. You can see, you just kind of collect someone up. They get knocked underneath the platform by the spikes, and he doesn't even put a checkpoint down because not enough enemies have died. Okay.
So yeah, the checkpoint system, it's not just have you killed enough enemies, but also how you kill them. So if you're not like godlike at the game and you're trying to get an extra checkpoint, then like juggling an enemy a little bit more, trying to kill it in a more creative way will often get you a checkpoint.
Like when I was first playing the game, some sections I'd actually have to have saws kill enemies because I needed that extra checkpoint. Here, he could try and kill the shamblers just by auto-attacking them in the wall, but they'll start blocking after a while, so it's easier just to dash, back up, and dash, and repeat so they don't get a block in. This saves about 7 seconds, killing all 3 of these ghosts at once, I believe.
Kind of depends. It lets me put down a checkpoint before this gate opens. Whereas if you're slower with it, the gate can open before you're done, and you have to finish killing the ghosts. I just stand here.
Yeah, there's just enough space to hang on right there.
And also, that's very difficult, and honestly, I'm not sure I should even do it in runs, but I do anyway, and I happen to get it, so that's cool.
Those are all the enemies that were kind of left behind in that last room. Luckily, they'll clear themselves out because most of those were bomb imps. He can't save right here because of the saws at the bottom. So instead, he just kind of has to chug at it. Luckily, if you take a safe spot and prepare for it, this section's not too tricky.
It's actually possible to get up in there and save, but it's not really worth it. save point just to be safe because these things can kill me on my way out.
Yep. The knife imps haven't really done a whole lot this game, but they can easily swarm. And yeah, time's coming up.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
So it's a pretty short game.
Yeah, if you play it like that, it's
time.
pretty short.
Wow.
What was that? Not bad.
It's not too hard, is it?
No, no.
Now do it and get all the pages.
Maybe next time. I'm actually thinking killing all the enemies would be a really fun speedrun. So maybe you see that in the future.
That'd be neat to see.
All right.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was They Bleed Pixels, run by Squidclaw. Thank you very much for Andrew and Miguel for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks for making the game.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for watching Awesome Games Done Quick 2015. We are going to take a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with you. Welcome back to Awesome Games Done Quick 2015. I give a quick shout out to Tiny Build. Tiny Build Games is an indie developer morphed into an indie publisher. They partner up with indies across the world to help better their games as well as develop games themselves. Check them out at www.tinybuild.com and check out their game Speedrunners, available in the AGDQ 2015 Humble Bundle. And speaking of the Humble Bundle, check out our AGDQ bundle at humblebundle.com. That's HUMBLEBUNDLE.com. Pay what you want for up to 9 games, a Twitch Turbo subscription, a subscription to XSplit Premium, and exclusive merchandise, all while supporting Prevent Cancer Foundation. We have a quick $5 donation from Arya. Great They Bleed Pixels run. Thank you, Arya. Berkey Doc sends $30, says, I have the amazing opportunity to work with kids suffering with cancer. Every dollar helps. And that is true. We cannot read every donation that you send, but we are getting your donations. We cannot read every comment, but every dollar does help. Another way to help is if you want to subscribe on the Twitch channel. That $5, all 5 of it, goes to the Prevent Cancer Foundation.
Don't. Okay, it's on.
What do you think?
All right.
Pizza burger today.
How American
Who's
of you.
retired? Some diner near the crown. Like where we went last time. No, it's basically really good taste.
Alright, so I'm going to clear out some donations, I'll take some time. We have $50 from Vulajin. Thanks you for a great event.
Like there were several burgers.
We have $50 from Shadow Temple. So early, so tired, but I want to catch this PC platformer block. Luckily, today is a holiday in Germany. $50 from DJ Foreclosure. Donation to 2.7 for this year's AGDQ. Watching a blast, or having a blast watching all the streams, particularly with all the excellent developer design commentary. Excited for it all week long. $5 from Ozzy. I saw in the Kingdom Hearts bid war, there was a Sing Disney Songs bid war that didn't have anything in it, so this is still going, put this towards this. I was thinking let it go, so we can have people fight against it. If not, put it for Save the Animals. $50 from Max Brown. So glad to see one of my favorite games being speedrun for such a great clause. Shout out to the devs Miguel and Andrew, and shout out to Suggs. Put this towards killing the animals. Make them bleed some pixels. $50 from Kryptonic. Keep it up. Let's kick cancer's ass.
Let's do it. $500 and another $500 if the couch says.
Am I good to go? Okay. Yep. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, there it goes. A little late.
Alright, this is a free game. You can go play it. It's made by DigiPen students. And right now I got this little blue dude. This is a game you've seen a lot. But it's crazy. Really good music too. You don't get to hear a lot of it because speed and stuff. But now I got this cameraman here. And I'm gonna be holding shift the whole time to run. And I'm gonna be clicking to switch between the 2D guy and my 3D cameraman. And going into these little arcades here and doing levels. There's a border when I'm in control of my 2D guy. You can see the orange. That will kill him, so I want to keep him relatively centered. Any orange is gonna kill me. Any blue I can stand on. And here's a cool little skip here. It's a good one.
I just want to mention that the Spooky Squid Games actually just donated, and they donated $1,000.
What?
So, go them, right? Let's hear it. Super excited to have They Be Pixels appear at AGDQ 2015 and help do our part to fight cancer. Also, save the animals. So thanks to those guys.
I mean, I guess so.
If we have to.
Very generous. All right, these last couple levels, these are pretty much intended strats here. Just got to make it to the exit, you know, like video games do. This level actually has a couple cool ways to do it. I'm going to be doing the one I'm most comfortable with, Norfurzlo, I think his name is pronounced. He ran this game as well. He's got a really cool strat here. I would also like to shout out the Kamale, who found a lot of cool strats for this. He had the record when I started running this. And if it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't be running it. Also, J Dongs, who I wouldn't be running this without him. But yeah, you're just kind of doing it.
This is definitely one of those games that lends itself to speedrunning because the developers give you a very simple set of tools and they give you a level layout with an intended method, but the tools that they give you are so powerful and so simple, you can do a lot with it.
Like this level here, this is a skip. You would normally, let me get it and then talk about it. All right. You normally shrink yourself and expand yourself to make it through those tight little holes over there. But you can just fall through the world. And get out of here. Neat skip here. This is another level where you would shrink yourself and expand a lot, and that takes a lot of time. So instead you can kind of just weave around through this place. I don't get it, don't worry. Wow. Get ready, you guys. All right. Your speed when you're running, it can be a little bit, too much. So you kind of want to slow down sometimes. Mostly just for that and like one other part. All right.
What a machine.
Yeah. That was sick, guys. All right, here you're just gonna fall. If you hold back, you're gonna bump up against the wall a lot. The walls in this game they are absolutely not comfortable with you touching them. So you wanna try to avoid that. I'm gonna jump here, because you can get stuck. There's a lot of places on the wall. You can see the walls have a lot of like ridges and stuff. And you can just get stuck. If your guy is red at all, you cannot move him. So you need to free him first. Get over here. So when I'm zooming out, a lot of the time, I'm going to want to have him jump, because he can get stuck kind of anywhere. These levels are pretty straightforward. These are mostly just how you would do it normally. Except I'm not dilly-dallying. This is real short. I'm just gonna back up. Normally you'd want to you know, jump and then do more jumps, but that's just a single jump that way.
Shout out to Super Metroid.
Yeah, you can peek through that little area there and not have to get close. There's actually a way to not have to deal with that tower. That's what you would have to do on the last level to get through it normally. And you can totally avoid it in this one, but it's determined by how you enter the level. So in a lot of levels, I'm going to want to actually enter in a certain part of the screen in order to set up what I want. These stairs also, they're super walls. They just don't want you around. Okay, we're about halfway through now. Long jump, this has a pretty big skip, but the name is still pretty appropriate. It's gonna be even longer, buddy. All right.
Good God.
Yeah. This skip here, it's one of the bigger skips in terms of time, and it's definitely one of the weirder skips. I actually just want to get rid of that little red bar there, and you skip the level.
Why play the game?
Exactly. I think that's the speedrunner's philosophy.
Yeah.
Now I'm in this weird arcade. This is, you know, the opening area, and these levels are pretty much named the same. And they share similar concepts, but they add new things to them like that. Now you have rotating surfaces for your little guy. This level, besides this opening here, is completely identical to the other one because of the skip. The skip from the other version of this level is completely intact. So I'm just gonna fall down here. And I'm gonna do it better this time. That was much better than the last time. I know, I'm proud. This is another big skip. You would normally want to use the rotating ceiling to go around the entire level. But we're not going to play that level at all. And now we're out of the crazy arcade. And again, I'm going to walk here a little bit just to set that up a little better. And we're out of the arcade. And there's only a few more levels left. Getting into that level, into this room, is actually really annoying. Kind of got to move a certain way just to get in here. Otherwise, it just kind of blocks you out and you got to mess around with it. Oop, there we go. That's not necessarily a skip, but it's pretty fast. This is one of the more annoying tricks here. I want that bar to level out. I want to not get caught by this spinning. I want to get in right here. There. All right. And we're pretty much done, dude. Got one more level. Yeah, no, it's pretty darn impressive.
Typical Americans clapping at everything.
If I enter this level all the way to the left of the screen like I managed to there, I don't have to move him to set up getting on that spinny guy, which is nice. Time is coming up. A little bit longer. You guys can, I think you guys can make it. All right, time is right now. No, don't worry about it. It's cool.
What a god.
It's cool, man.
You guys have to remember every single camera pan and click was so precise.
I mean, I guess you could say that. It's easy. You can do it. Just play it for like 10 minutes.
He's so humble.
I
wish I was humble.
Play perspective today.
There's AGDQ.
It's free.
All right. Oh, but it isn't. And you get to see the names of some people. And they're probably pretty cool guys. The level designer of this game actually has a Kickstarter. I don't know the name of the game, but I don't know. Check it out. Yeah, thanks.
Just set these down. Just throw it on the ground.
If it's not there yet, I'll pass.
I don't think.
All right, that was License to Bill with Perspective. Up next, we have Within a Deep Forest, being run by Midboss. We're going to be heading into a commercial real quick, so stick with us and we'll be right back. All right, we have $20 from Tukapa, the Billist. Hope you're enjoying AGDQ, and good luck on the run. Put this money towards the runner's choice, Lil Z. $100 from Insane5. Started watching this last year and have been looking forward to January ever since. Sucks that this started on my last day of vacation from work. Hope you realize the significance of the work you guys are doing. Keep it up. Much love. $50 from a donator, long-time viewer, first-time donator. It'd be terrible of me if I didn't donate at least something for all the great entertainment you've given me in the past years. Keep up the good work. $50. I'm not able to pronounce this right. Jeanette, looking forward to all the great speed runs and the donations going to a great cause. $30 from Tanown. Within a Deep Forest, one of the first video games I've ever completed without resorting to cheats or walkthroughs, and it still remains one of my favorite games of all time. Glad it's being run this year to help a good cause.
Nodding approvingly. I think I'll move it.
But I just wanted to mention that we're meeting a lot of the great incentives that we're hitting. And the next one that we haven't met yet that's coming up is an incentive in the Wiz to break the camera incentive, which has very little towards it. And I hear that's very entertaining. So I just wanted to mention that so people can put, maybe if they're not sure to put money towards something, they can put it to that.
Number 2. Or no, I can't.
$20 from Gage. This is fun. $20 from 8 Bits at a Time. Stayed up so I can hear Blecky do commentary.
Like the rubber.
$51.76 from Anaukinit. New to the stream and cause. Love the idea and I'm happy to help.
I should have back there. Just make sure it says 100%. I like that. Anytime I want to look at the right a little bit of
Or to mention that one of our great sponsors this year is Humble Bundle. Check out the Awesome Games Done Quick Humble Bundle on humblebundle.com. Pay what you want for up to 9 games, a Twitch Turbo subscription, subscription to XSplit Premium, and exclusive merchandise, all while supporting Prevent Cancer Foundation. That's www.humblebundle.com.
Do we have them on Skype? Yeah. Hey, so we've got great news for you today. So this is Within a Deep Forest, and we'll be talking about the game a lot. But more exciting than that is we have the developer of the game, Niflis, on Skype. So he's going to be helping us and talking us through kind of the development process of this game and what it was like. So can we please just get a quick round of applause for Niflis, because he is a great developer. So, hiya Niflis, welcome. Can you hear us A-okay? You didn't hear our
Technical difficulties.
Sure. Yeah, so basically, let me just introduce this game real quick. Yeah, this is Within a Deep Forest. I believe it was made in 2007. It's, to me, honestly, one of the most influential indie games there has been in the scene. So I'm really looking forward to this run, because Midboss is the record holder at 18, Midboss, could you refresh my memory, 1849. And so he's the record holder right now. He's great at it. I've been watching him practice runs all day, and he's just amazing at it. So it's going to be really cool. What's that? He's on? Okay. Hey, Niflis, do we have you on?
Yeah. Hi.
Great. Okay. So a big time welcome to you. This is so exciting to have you. And I think we're really ready to go whenever Midboss is good.
Awesome. The last thing I'll say also is it is Niflis's birthday today, just coincidentally. So that's really exciting. Give it up for that. So yeah, So I'm really looking forward to this, and I'm looking forward to asking you a lot of questions, Niflis. Before we get into it, I do just want to kind of introduce the game and the general idea of it.
Sure.
Basically, there's a gigantic overworld for the viewers out there. There's a gigantic overworld connecting all these small levels. As you go through level by level, you start with this one ball form you can take. And after you complete every level, you get an additional ball, which has very unique physics to it. Every single ball in a run that doesn't skip anything, every single ball is required to beat the game. And so it's really cool to it's a kind of a Metroidvania at heart, and it's really cool to kind of see that as you, that's what you're going to be seeing today as Midboss goes through the game. So Niflis, really what I want to ask you about, this was, as I mentioned before, you might not have heard it before you came on the line, but I mentioned that I think this is kind of really one of the most influential games in indie gaming history. So I really kind of want to hear kind of what, from your aspect, as you started working on this game and as you approached it, kind of what your take was and what you were looking to create as you started in on this game.
To be honest, like, I've always been really inspired by Marble Madness. Like, one of my dream games has always been like an isometric marble 3D or game. Only thing is I had no idea how to do isometric stuff when I created this. So I had to make it a bouncing ball instead. So it's not really like a deep, meaningful idea behind it. It's just something I wanted to make.
Cool. Yeah, and I think really what is so wonderful about this game and what really kind of is so alluring to it about for anyone that enjoys it is the aesthetic, the general aesthetic of it. Every single level has a very different feel to it just due to its graphics and its music and its general level design. Do you think, so what was your kind of, as you were creating the game, was that something you kept in mind or was that just kind of incidental along with its, that came with its development?
I did keep it in mind. I definitely wanted every area to feel different. I don't like at all, like, when too much stuff gets reused. I, like, always felt that that kind of makes the game not feel alive.
Gotcha. So just to kind of bring the viewers up to date with what's going on. So Midboss did just complete the first level. So he now has 3 balls. He is the one he started with, the one that he collected on the overworld, and then the one from the level that he just beat. So now he's continuing to this tower level where I'll get the next one, which is called the Iron Ball. So we'll be seeing that. And so basically, the level he just previously beat is unique in that it's a spaceship level. It's only one screen high. And so it's just kind of a very horizontal level. Whereas this level, Shynock Rain it's called, is a very vertical level where you have to guide this spider creature down to the bottom so that it can hit the switch for you at the very bottom. If you try and just go down there yourself, you won't be able to reach the switch and you won't be able to get the next successive ball that you need to get. So I guess one question I have for you, Niflis, is kind of, as you created each level, what kind of were you trying to really go for a kind of unique feel with each one? What were you trying to go for there, I guess?
Yeah, I wanted each level to have something mechanically distinct, so that yeah, you would always have something surprising that you hadn't seen before in every level.
Yeah, for example, I mean, this next one that Midboss is going to be visiting is an auto-scroller, and it's really the only auto-scroller in the game. And actually, so from a speedrunning perspective, to just give you kind of a little bit of a background, Niflis, I think we speedrunners kind of always, auto-scrollers drive us a little crazy just because, you know, you can't speed it up at all. So his question for you is, why did you have to include an auto-scroller in your game?
Never really consider that actually, like the speedrunning community part of it.
Yeah.
The game did have a speedrun mode, an early version of it though. But
Yeah, I remember seeing one of your earliest speedruns. I don't remember when it was up from. It was from years ago. But you actually were the first one to do a speedrun of this game. It was actually a 20:59, which is really only a couple minutes slower than the current record. So really, I mean, that was a solid run. And the first person who picked up this game, his name was, his handle is Chum, had a difficult time beating it for some time. So, I mean, it's really cool to see that you, the developer of this game, took up this game for speedrunning. And this was, I think, long before the speedrunning scene really kind of grew and was much of anything. So as you approached that, what was it exactly that you felt like made you think, I really want to beat this game as quickly as possible?
I think it's just the fact that while I was developing the game, I played it so much. So, of course, I get like really good at it just automatically. And it just seemed like a fun idea to how fast can I beat it? And I think the thing about trying to do my best, setting a really, really good record, is also that it's kind of nice to have something. I really want people to beat it, right? Like, I wanted to set something really difficult that someone would beat.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think that's how, honestly, a lot of people just kind of organically find speedrunning themselves. They just like a game so much that they just want to play it over and over, and that just kind of turns into, okay, how can I beat this game as quickly as possible? So that, I mean, that absolutely makes sense, and I think it's something that a lot of speedrunners can relate to.
Yeah.
Now, this level here is my personal favorite, because, I mean, to the viewer, it just looks like a bunch of jumbled shapes. But once you've played the game once, it really makes sense visually. Because the idea is basically, every kind of screen is something very unique to it. For example, here, you can see Midboss is using the iron ball. And what that means is that those gray blocks on the screen, because the idea is that the iron ball is gray, and so these gray blocks are the only things that actually act as walls and floors. Whereas he just had to go back through the room a second time, and he could only use the pink ball, which would allow him to obviously traverse the pink floors and walls. So this is really just, to me, yet another kind of very unique level. So it's just really cool to see, as this game progresses, every single level has a very distinct feel to it. So I really think that's a lot of fun. One thing I was curious, as I mentioned, I mean, this was a very early game, long before the, in my opinion, long before the indie game scene really started to blow up. Are there any kind of influences or inspirations you had that kind of you looked to as you started to develop this game and your previous ones?
Trying to remember exactly what they were. I only remember that the game Eco came out while I was developing this, or maybe slightly before. But there was something about that game that it didn't have, almost didn't have music or stuff like that. That actually directly influenced me to make that level where you were 2 levels ago, like the one that doesn't have music. I figured it would be an unusual contrast to just have a level with water sounds and without music. So that's a direct influence I know about.
And then, I mean, I have that date, right? This was created in 2007. Can you correct me on that?
Probably earlier. I'm not really sure.
Okay.
Hard to remember.
And I mean, I'm really kind of looking to, because you've been in the indie game scene since then. It's not like you kind of just made this game and disappeared. You've been very active since. So I'm wondering if you have any input in terms of kind of how you feel the indie gaming scene has changed, or if you feel it's largely the same. Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, I mean, it has grown like crazy. It's so much bigger now. And even a lot of indie companies these days are so much more bigger than I remember them from like my time. And the games some people or companies can make are just so insanely impressive and big. It's but it's exciting, though.
Yeah. And as it kind of changed, have you felt you've needed to adapt how you approach game development at all to kind of adapt to that? Or do you feel like your approach has been generally the same since you started?
I try to not adapt too much. Because it's essentially when all I want to do is just to make games. And I just do it because I love it. And if I would have to adapt it like way too much, then I think I would rather do something else, right? Like then I would have a job and do games on the side as a hobby.
That makes sense. Yeah, so it's really kind of it sounds like you're trying to kind of maintain a sort of grassroots feel almost, that you kind of appreciated as you started and just kind of stay kind of true.
Yeah.
I don't want to like put words in your mouth, but that's it.
No, it's kind of, yeah, I mean, I do adapt to a certain degree, and also I do change a lot, and like the kinds of games I do are changing, but I never want to I never want to change to doing decisions that doesn't feel like the games I want to make, just to survive making games.
Yeah. So I've been watching a lecture that you gave recently, or some time ago, and one of the most interesting things that stuck out to me was that you felt like, I think one of your biggest difficulties and hurdles you saw as you first approached developing indie games is how to exactly approach difficulty of the game you were creating.
Oh, yeah.
Could you speak to that a bit?
So there's a rule I always try to keep in mind, and this is that my game is probably harder than I think. Probably a lot. I mean, when I made Within a Deep Forest, I had made 2 ball bouncing games before that were meant to be normal, and they were so hard that almost nobody could beat them. So in this particular case, I really tried to, this time I'm going to create a normal difficulty game. And ended up with a pretty hard game, but one that a lot of people could still enjoy. And I think at that point I established this rule that I'm always going to underestimate the difficulty of my games a bit.
Gotcha. So one thing I do want to explain about this run. Midboss is doing a 100% run. And what that entails is picking up every ball in the game. Now, it should be noted that this is actually how you're supposed to beat the game anyway. The difference between this and an any percent run is that an any percent run skips balls, I believe, 2, 4, 6, and 8. So it skips 4 of the 10 balls you would normally get throughout the run. And the glass ball, the reason that is possible is because the glass ball is able to kind of bounce off of these little corners very specifically and can gain almost infinite height. I believe technically unlimited height. I think that's a glitch. I think that has been known for some time, and it's pretty interesting. I don't recall. Were you aware that glitch existed, Niflis?
Yes.
Okay.
I wasn't when I designed the game. What happened was basically I store the collision strength as a variable, but as a single variable both for vertical and horizontal walls. Which means that if you collide with both a horizontal and vertical wall in one frame, the horizontal collision gets priority, which means that the vertical value isn't applied and the ball doesn't break. But because I always planned the ball to break, I didn't see a reason to have the height limits of the jump. So I just never implemented that. And that's kind of how it happened. When it was discovered, people started to sequence break the game, and they loved it, and they kind of told me that I was not allowed to remove that bug.
Yeah, that was going to be my follow-up question. So you find out about this glitch. You find out that, essentially, you find out that you made a mistake in programming the game. Yeah. So what exactly was your reaction to that? Like, despite or no, you know, ignoring the community saying, please don't remove this glitch. What was your personal reaction to finding that out?
I strangely didn't mind. I kind of realized that it made the game more interesting. So I never actually wanted to remove it.
Yeah, it's honestly, I mean, again, returning to kind of the general speedrunning view, we absolutely love when we find a glitch, we find a trick, we find a bug in a game that can be used either just for showing off or to actually make the game even faster. So, I mean, it's really cool. I mean, I'll be honest that I think the people that run this game probably don't prefer that category over 100% simply because manipulating the glass ball, and this is the glass ball you see here that we've been talking about, manipulating it can be so difficult. And that right there is exactly what the glitch is. So it is used in a 100% run, but just used very sparingly, because in an any percent run, you need to do that very precise trick that you saw Midboss do just there. You need to do that over and over and over again, and consecutively within the span of kind of one jump. So you're just bouncing up and up and up, several screens high, I believe, at some point in a later stage. And you cannot mess it up or else your glass ball breaks. Because the idea of the glass ball is that if you bounce too high or too quickly into something, then the glass ball just shatters. So if you mess up at all during chaining your jumps together, the glass ball just breaks and you have to start all over again, or you know, from your latest checkpoint. So that's why generally 100% has seen more attention than any percent. So what we're seeing now, to update you guys, Midboss is now, this is called the pathetic ball.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is, I mean, this is one of the last balls you get in the game, but it's still just called the pathetic ball because you can see it's slow and it bounces not high at all. But the idea behind it is that it's so pathetic that that lion that Midboss just skipped doesn't even care about it, whereas he'd normally eat any other ball that you're in the shape of. So we've been really cruising right along. This is the final stage of the game. Midboss has gotten every single ball. The one he's going to be using for a good part of this final stage is the flight ball. You can see here where, unlike any of the other balls, where the other balls have to bounce like crazy, for this one he can push the up key, which just allows for unlimited flight. And another reason why this final level is interesting is because you need to, while you have this kind of overpowered ball and the flight ball, you need to be able to take the form of other ones, because you need to progress through certain parts of this level as other balls to reach a certain kind of platform which allows you to input a four-digit code, which then finally unlocks the final part of the game and allows you to beat it. So that's kind of the idea behind this last one. So you can see there, Midboss just put in the 0 as one of the 4 numbers he needs to put in, and now he's I believe, ball 9, right? And ball 1, and where he needs to again reach that same kind of light and put ball 1 in that light, and then he'll do that 2 more times. So we're really reaching the end of the run. It's been a really good run so far, honestly. Oh, I shouldn't open my mouth. He reset and went to the ball selection screen just before, like frames before he reached that final little light he needed to reach. So that's unfortunate, but yeah. So Niflis, as we approach the end of the game, is there anything else that you kind of wanted to share about the general creation of this game, or any interesting tidbits? Because this was really kind of one of the earliest games in indie gaming. So is there anything else you wanted to talk about as far as this game goes?
Don't really know.
Do you have any kind of favorite? You didn't compose the score, correct?
Some of the music. Okay. A lot of it I got help from my friends at an IRC chat, where I learned how to make music with computers.
Gotcha.
Some of these people are still composing for a lot of the games today I make.
Oh, okay. What are some of your recent games that you've been making in recent years?
I guess Night Sky and Knet Underground and some games like that. And right now I'm working on one called Affordable Space Adventures.
Cool. Can you tell us anything about that?
Yes, I'm working with Knapnock Games, and this is a game about a company that is offering the cheapest, the cheapest way you can possibly travel in space. I mean, what could possibly go wrong with that?
I gotta interrupt you 1 second. We're almost at the end of the run, so Midboss is gonna say time as soon as he finishes. Nice. Sub 20. That is awesome. So honestly, I mean, this run really sped by. I have so many more questions I want to ask you, Niflis, but we're kind of out of time. So honestly, thank you so much for joining us. Can we get one more round of applause for Niflis for joining us?
Awesome run. So very cool.
Yeah, I would also love to just, give a special shout out to Niflis. Like, this is one of my favorite games I've ever played. I'd like to thank him for letting me, put hundreds and hundreds of hours into this game and for making such a great game.
Thank you.
If you want to check out Niflis's works, you can go to niflis.ni2.se. He's got his full list of games there, and you can just be sure to check that out because he is one of the best indie devs out there. One of my personal favorites besides Within the Deep Forest is Night Sky, which Niflis just talked about. It's another ball bouncing platformer. You can't miss it. It's really good. So yeah, check out his stuff. Niflis, is there anything else you wanted to talk about?
Just super cool to see the run on my birthday and all.
Yeah.
So
a good gift.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you so much. I think we're probably going to move on to the next game. But really, again, thank you so much, Niflis, and a really solid run to Midboss. So, well done.
Yeah, awesome.
All right, that was Within a Deep Forest by Midboss featuring Niflis. Coming up is Shantae Risky's Revenge by DevlJoe. And we'll be right back with a short commercial. Hope to stick with us. Thank you very much. You were ready. Oh, okay, cool, I will do that. The problem is I didn't want to cut off the developer. It seemed like he was. Right, I didn't want to do it during commercial. Right. Oh, of course. All right, we have $25 from Arlek Orjaman. Keep up the excellent work, guys. Who said games can't save lives? $50 from Juke. Within a Deep Forest was one of the first indie games I've ever played, and it left a lasting impression on me. Best of luck to Midboss. Within a Deep Forest was one of the first indie games I've ever played. I'm glad to see here at AGDQ. Thank you, Niflis, for your creation, and thank you everyone at AGDQ for being so golden. $75 from Luke 10. Happy birthday. And that's to Niflis. $10.01 from Correlator. Within a Deep Forest is one of my favorite games. Played it a lot when I was in school. Never expected to see it at AGDQ. Thanks for putting this on. $50 from Dysode. Within Force was one of the first indie games I've ever played that really captured my imagination. Seeing it run is truly wonderful. Hats off and happy birthday to Niflis. This donation is dedicated to you and also saving the animals, but mostly to Niflis. $5 from Tangle. Love watching the speedruns. Let's smash cancer in the face and save the animals. $10 from Jonas14. Greetings from Germany. So glad to finally be donating to such an amazing event for a great cause. $10 from GIF. Happy birthday, Niflis, and thanks everyone for all the inspiration. This marathon has been nothing but heartwarming. $250 from Smasher32. Hey, DevJoe, best of luck on the run. It's a good time to mention that one of our sponsors, Tiny Build Games, which is an indie developer that morphed into an indie publisher. They partner up with indies across the world to help better their games and as well as develop them themselves. Check out them at www.tinybuild.com and check out their game Speedrunners, available in the AGDQ 2015 Humble Bundle. Another cool website to check out is The Yeti. The Yeti is a t-shirt site featuring an awesome new design every 24 hours for a low price. The Yeti has partnered with us at AGDQ 2015, offering an array of shirts with $3 from every unit going to the Preventing Cancer Foundation. Check out the collection at theyeti.com/GamesDoneQuick. Another good way to support the charity is through Twitch subscriptions, which 100% of the funds go to the PCF.
This one doesn't have one.
Yeah, it's okay. I know what they are. We only have 3.
Other thing to mention that during this run, if you donate a certain amount, you can be entered in for a perler for the game. So if you're a fan of Shantae, that's a great thing to add to your collection. $5 is the minimum bid for that. We have a $100 donation. Fantastic runs, fantastic commentaries. Keep up the good work.
Just talk?
Yeah, want me to talk?
Like, hello. Just checking the sound. Okay. What?
All right, and then I'm talking so that you can adjust the volumes.
I'm also talking.
And hopefully we have a good balance of audio.
That would be ideal.
Preferably.
Good job, everyone.
They haven't done it yet.
All right. I should be ready. Okay. Oh, was the monitor? Okay. Yeah.
A $20 donation from Ace of Spades 1975. I stayed up later than usual to watch the Shantae run. Hopefully donating improves the RNG.
Okay.
Keep on backdashing and good luck. P.S. Kill the animals.
Okay, I'm ready to go. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so this is Shantae Risky's Revenge. Before I start anything, I'm just going to talk about the RNG in this game because it's the very first thing that happens. So these enemies can drop random amounts of gems, and I want to get 50 in the very first minute of the game. If you watched my stream, which not many people have, which is fine,
You'll be very familiar
with this one, because I've reset this hundreds of times trying to get 50 gem start, because it's fairly rare. I'm actually doing pretty good right now, though, so we'll see what I get. All right, so 46 is pretty good. There's going to be a little bit of grinding later on where I have to get up to 50 gems, but should be okay. And now we can actually get into running the rest of the game. So I'm DevlJoe. I run this game and also its, well, sequel, which is the third game in the Shantae series.
I'm Nosrafe, also known as Nos more frequently. I also run this game and Pirate's Curse as well. And
I'm Caveman. I ran this game. I don't run Pirate's Curse.
Yeah.
This is Mecha Richter.
And one big shout out first is this game's actually available right now on the Humble Bundle. You spend $6 or more, along with other games, and it's a really cool game if you want to check it out. If you enjoy the run, you can get it on the Humble Bundle right now for $6.
Yep. So you probably noticed it already. Like Symphony of the Night, the fastest way to move in this game is backdashing. It's only slightly faster than walking, but it's fast enough that I have to do it constantly, so that sliding noise is going to be following us through the rest of the run, so get used to that.
Also, right here is a very technical boss fight. As you can see, it requires very high APM.
Yep. You have to walk forward and hit it a few times. There's no way to speed this up. It is just Risky doing her thing on her ship, and we have to wait and watch. So, not a lot to do here.
We have $52 from Brick Road. Hey Joe, good luck on the run. Here's $1 for every anchor we're about to see.
Thanks, Brick Road. Other important note is that Shantae's crouching animation has butt wiggles, which is important. It improves the run when you do it.
Yeah.
That is factually proven.
Right here, he's going to line himself up so that when he takes this shot here, or at the end of the scene, he doesn't take any steps forward because he's on the exact position in which he's going to be for this cutscene that just played.
Yeah, it saves a few frames, which I then lost by skipping dialogue too quickly. So the skip dialogue button and the pause button are the same button, so if you see me pausing the game randomly, that's me skipping dialogue too quickly. It happens occasionally.
There are different buttons in the DS version, though. I don't know why they thought that feature needed to go.
And you can't change it either.
Yeah, something weird about it. I don't know. So anyway, now I'm in the first town trip. I have to save the game before they let me out. That's just, I guess, a like safety feature for new players, so you don't go out and die and lose the first probably 5 minutes or so of the run, even though it's 3 minutes for me, but whatever. So, I don't have 50 gems. Ordinarily, I would go and buy something and then immediately leave, but because I didn't get 50 gems from the first group of enemies, I have to come out here and hope that these Naga enemies drop enough gems for me, and it looks like that was very fortunate, actually.
Really helpful.
because they can drop nothing, and all of them dropped 1s. So, I mean, the only way that would be faster if this one of them dropped a 5 gem, which is very rare. So,
what he's going to pick up here, he's going to pick up the pike ball. Anyone who has played this game casually would think, hey, why aren't you getting the storm? Because the storm's really good on the first boss. Well, actually, the entire first dungeon is faster with the pike ball, and it makes up for the lack of storm for the boss, because it's only by like 11 or so seconds, but it's still technically faster.
So this is the longest segment of horizontal backdashes in the game. It's a very long segment. Well, not very long, but moderately long. And the only interesting part is we start seeing enemies and how they can just randomly mess with you. So enemy spawning is semi-random in some areas, like this one. I only got 1 enemy through that entire spawn, or that entire slide, which is pretty fortunate. The enemy movement is also fairly random in that they spawn in a certain place and then can walk any direction and stop at any time. So sometimes I'll get good or bad patterns, like that guy right there didn't move in my way, which is a good pattern. And there's some other points where I could get bad patterns.
So what he's doing here right now for the plot is that zombie girl was going to eat that puppy. And since we're good people, we're not going to let her do that. So we're taking the puppy, we're going to take it back to its owner because we're good people, and that's what good people do. We return lost dogs.
That's all true. There's a bit more to the plot of this game, and since I can skip all the dialogue, it's kind of hard to follow. So again, I highly recommend that you check out the Humble Bundle for getting this game, because the dialogue in this game is absolutely great, and I love it, but I have to skip it for the speedrun. But basically, that was Roddy Thompson. She used the internet, only the internet was made out of spiders, and she's telling us where to go. So now we know where to go, and we're going to go there. But we're also going to deliver the dog first because, well, you know, we're good people. Don't want to be mean and eat a dog, which is weird.
Yeah.
And the dog's owner happens to be in the back of this forest, just in a random house that I guess is built back there.
So he's actually going to take damage there on purpose, because it's actually faster to take damage and use your invincibility frames to jump to the next scene than it is to actually kill the enemies there.
Yeah.
So he just got to the house, and he's going to deliver the dog to the owner, and in return, the owner is going to make you a tasty meal to give to eat and to snack on.
Yep.
Since she's very grateful for you bringing back her dog. Yeah. However, on second thought, screw the dog. We need money.
Yeah, so the money, the dog is full of money, and we need all that money for later shopping. So the owner doesn't seem to really care that much, oddly. So we'll just take the money and go, I guess. Rest in peace, dog.
Yeah, rip Franker Z.
So now we're gonna head over.
Kill the animals.
Yeah. Yeah. So now we're gonna head over to the first dungeon. So what we do here is we deliver the tasty meal to this giant squid who is waiting on a food delivery. Yeah, really. And he doesn't have any money to pay us, so he runs away. So now, I'm not sure if we're going here because we have to or because we want to get paid for our food delivery. Either way, we have to get to the back of the dungeon and find him.
This dungeon is actually pretty technical, but it's with a lot of very small, like half-second time saves.
Yeah.
But they all together add up to quite a bit of time. And it's a pretty technical dungeon with a lot of, like,
chances to mess up. Most of the routing for this dungeon is figuring out like when to activate the pike ball. So, because the pike ball creates a little ball that spins around me and allows me to hit things without stopping, which is the most important part. Because I don't want to stop, because obviously, you know, then I would have to turn around and backdash or keep walking, either way. Another interesting thing is that this plant enemy does no damage to me the first time I hit it. I don't know why that is, but it's convenient, so I can just run right through them.
Alright, so we just got the key to the door, which is going to go through now to get further into the dungeon.
And I'm going to meet basically one of the worst enemies in the game is the knights.
Yeah.
So the knights, once you hit them once, they start blocking blocking, so you have to keep jumping to hit them, and sometimes they can be really mean about dropping their shield. That guy, I had to jump pretty much as possible to hit him enough to kill him in a decent amount of time.
This room here is actually probably one of the hardest rooms in the game to do completely optimally. After this moving platform here, you have to move with almost frame-perfect precision to get this cycle, and he got it. That is actually really hard to do.
I don't know about frame perfect, but it is pretty hard to do. So it's decently hard to do, because there's just the way that platforms in this game work is, at least in this dungeon, they are camera based. So they only start cycling when you're near them. So in order to catch the right cycle, I have to move very carefully and like exactly when I'm near them.
Now we have more of the knights, and now we have 2 of them though. And they're not necessarily hard, it's just that they take a long time to kill.
Yeah, and the pike ball doesn't help a lot. I still have it up in case they drop their shields at any point, but they didn't do it at all, So then this is a puzzle, I guess. Mostly you just hit all the blocks that can be hit, and then it gives you a key. So that qualifies as a puzzle by definition, I suppose. Alright. So now it's mostly just backtracking through the dungeon until I get a nice power-up in the middle of it, so this would be an okay time for donations. If there's any.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, I wanted to mention that we have a donation from our very own Professor Broman, who donates $1,000.
Whoa.
Wow.
Hey, everyone. I hope you have an awesome AGDQ. I sure am. Here's to beating cancer for good. AGDQ hype. Also put this towards Cloud being named Ferdy.
Okay.
$20 for the Shantae Perler. Oh, and stop cancer too. That is also important. $100 from Bug. I know this is a little late, but this donation is dedicated to Niflis, who is one of my major inspirations to become a game developer. This is also dedicated to my aunt, who did not survive after 4 years of fighting brain cancer, and my friend who did.
So there's no way to one-cycle that platform, unfortunately. And now we're going to get the first power-up of the game. There's 3 of these, but this is the only one I'm going to get. And also, this is the only power-up, because there's also upgrades to all the power-ups, and I won't be getting any of those.
You'll see why later.
So this is the monkey form. That's kind of, I suppose, iconic for Shantae from the first game and this game. It allows you to jump slightly higher and climb up things.
And your hitbox is half as tall, which is pretty helpful in certain areas.
Yeah. And I think it runs slightly faster, but the transformation time makes it not worth it compared to backdashing, so we don't use it for movement very much. So that was basically the tutorial to Monkey. Jump back and forth, climb up some things. And then there's a little bit more here. Monkey's used just a little bit in the run, not nearly as much as they intended, but you still have to get it. And right here I pick up a magic jam. This is basically an item to buy unlockables later in the store. I need to get one of them, and that's the fastest one to get. There's something like, I don't know, 17 of them, I think? I've run 100% of this game before, but I don't remember off the top of my head. And now I have to traverse back through this room, but since I have Monkey, I can go over the top of it, which is very convenient, because I don't have to do that platforming segment anymore.
And one small thing you might notice, when he goes up chains, the fastest way to actually go up a chain is to spam your jump, because you automatically grab the chain if you're holding up. So if you see him going up a chain, he's just going to be flickering, basically. But it's the fastest way to go up a chain, and it looks kind of weird, but it's the fastest way to do it.
Accidentally fell in the mouth. That's unfortunate, because you can do that without getting in the mouth of this alligator thing by using the pike ball correctly, but I went a little too far in. And that's another one of those puzzles, like the skull one, where you break all the blocks and then you get a key. And this will let me go to the boss of the dungeon. Which I just have to climb up a few walls and then I'm there. Alright. So, the boss of this dungeon, well, is no surprise because we saw it at the very beginning of the dungeon, is the giant squid baron. He has 4 different attacks, and it doesn't really matter which ones he uses. They're all pretty much the same in terms of how much time they take up, except for the tasty meal, which is slightly slower. He'll pretty much always use it at least once, but using it twice would be considered bad RNG. Other than that, there's not much to Squid Baron. It just kind of hit him a lot, because he's the tutorial boss in this game, basically. Well, Risky was more the tutorial boss, but then this guy is also not very hard.
Right now.
Yeah, the tasty meal, which lets him get powered up, I suppose, and bounce back and forth. And that's the slowest attack he has, so hopefully I'll be able to take him out before he does it again, which I should be going down pretty soon here. Yeah, there we go. And I'm gonna wiggle my butt in his face. Alright. And for beating him, we get the magical crest. This is a plot MacGuffin. Basically, we need to get 3 of these so that we can stop Risky from getting them because they power the lamp that she stole earlier in the game. That's basically all you need to know for the plot, because, hi Risky, bye Risky. Yeah, she just pops in to say, haha, I don't care that you're doing the thing you're doing, and then leaves. Which is cool, I guess.
Now what he's doing is he has to go back through the other way of the dungeon, or the forest, and where he's going next is he's going to go to the other side, where he was farming those Nagas, and what he's going to do is he's actually going to warp towards the other side of the forest. The warp system in this game actually functions differently from the DS version, where the DS version, all the warps were in pairs, but however in this game, all the warps can warp within each other, which makes this version significantly faster for any %. He's actually going to pick up this heart here just for safety, since it's marathon strats.
Yeah. So this is the Steam version that was released last summer. The other versions are the DS and iOS versions, which came out much earlier, but this version is the fastest. So this is the one that we run. This is also the most convenient one to stream, which is purely coincidence, I promise. So for now, it's mostly just going to be traversal until a difficult platforming section in a minute and a half or something. So if there's any more donations we could do another couple here.
All right, we have $50 from Bash Fluff. My grandma lost her life to cancer just a few years ago. Thank you for doing what you're doing, thank you for doing what you can to create a cancer-free future. Kill the animals. $50 from Zephyrs. 50 for 50 DevJoes. Get hype for Risky's revenge. 8 anchors the dream.
Thanks, Zeph. That's another runner for this game. So this is the last shopping trip. I know this is only the second shopping trip, but this is all that I need to buy for the rest of the game. Is a bunch of potions and Pike 2. Pike 2 has the same functionality as Pike 1, but there's 2 of them. And that's it. So coming up here is probably the most difficult platforming section in the game. It has ended several runs, but I think it's mostly just the first jump here. So I'm gonna focus on this one. Let's see. Oh, that was very close, but I got it. Okay. So that first jump has to be done very, very close to the edge of the platform, or else you won't hit the moving platform. Okay. And there's no way to early cycle this either. All right, that was a good Paula Bay.
Good job.
Okay.
Now what he's got to do is he has to go find the mayor to the town, but mayor's not doing anything. He's out here sunbathing, and he gives you the town deed.
So the mayor is tired of all the nonsense happening with like pirates raiding the town and whatever, and us not protecting it. So he decided to sell the town to the ammo baron, who's another character that we're going to go deliver the deed to, because even though the mayor technically fired us at the beginning of the game, we're still doing jobs for him, I guess. I don't know. I guess we just don't have anything else to do.
So coming up right here, these enemies, it's actually just better to take damage from them because of the way the hills are. You can't jump over them. He's using Pike Ball just to clear some of them out, but they're very frustrating when you are running. You have to lose health because you can't take the time to stop and kill them.
Well, there I waited a little bit just to not get hit a bit more because I had to stop to duplicate that vase anyway. So Zephyr's was the person who donated earlier, and he was the one who figured this out, or at least noticed it, that the way that Pike 2 and Pike 3 work, well, I never get Pike 3, but the way that Pike 2 and Pike 3 work is that they create two hitboxes inside Shantae when they first spawn. And if you hit a vase or something that drops an item on the same frame with both of those hitboxes, then it drops two of whatever's in the vase. So certain vases in this game have the same drop every single time that we play the game. So I can duplicate those vases to get useful things like a double magic drop like I did there. In a later area, I'll be using it a lot. So we just delivered the town deed to the ammo baron, and he told us to go fight in his battle tower, which he's building because he's a crazy person and he just likes fighting stuff. So we're gonna go do that because, again, I guess we just don't have anything better to do. And it sounds like a good idea, so I like fighting things, why not? It's just a bit more traversal and then I'll be there, so.
And this screen here is another one of those screens that's actually very precise and technical, but with practice it just looks easy. But you'll see him doing a lot of stopping and starting and turning in midair jumps to get like in between enemies, and he did it without getting hit once, which is very hard to do.
There's a much safer strat in that screen where you do it as Monkey, but it's not as fast because you can't backdash as Monkey. If you don't get the backdashes in, then it's way faster to do it as Monkey, but...
Now this guy, he has the worst dialogue boxes. For some reason, the default, he got it. The default answer for any dialogue box is no. So if you're going too fast, you hit no, and he has two of them, and he always gets people stuck up.
So yeah,
Here you're gonna see the duplication glitch he's gonna do.
Yeah.
But see, the way this tower works is there's that timer ticking down, but in between each floor, there are pots which drop additional time. However, with duplication, you could duplicate the time that they drop. So if a pot's gonna drop 20 seconds extra time, we make it drop 40 seconds.
Yeah.
And
so it allows me to pick up much fewer pots than I normally would need to, or like clocks. So this area is mostly just a time attack type area where you have to beat a whole bunch of the enemies that you already have fought or seen before because it's the battle tower. One interesting note about how this game works is that when you hit enemies as they're spawning, it does additional damage to them for some reason. In most normal enemies will die instantly. Some of the larger enemies will just take like 2 ticks of damage instead of 1. So I try to do that by just kind of throwing myself at the enemies with a bike ball, but I don't always get to them in time. And this is... Okay. Alright, they were nice enough, I suppose. There's a bunch of floors on this with just knights, and sometimes they can just be really mean for no reason and just not drop their shields. Especially when there's more than one of them, because that means that I can't really, I'm taking damage a lot and not being able to jump up and hit them in the face. Alright, so I think that's good for now. You could do a couple more donations because there's 11 floors to this and I'm on the 7th one. And I probably won't need to talk until like the 11th one because this is mostly more of the same.
All right, we have $51.51 from S. Bahamut79. Greetings from Canada, staying up for this. Second year watching, second year donating. Donating for Shantae game here and look forward to Half Genie Hero next year. Love what you guys do. Let's go Shantae. Use some belly dancing genie magic against the evil cancer threat. Much love to all the speedrunners and AGDQ. Good luck, DevlJoe. Shantae late night hype. Put my money towards Kingdom Hearts level 1 organization replica data run for the fun times we had. $15 from Frankie Mikey. Oh, mighty genie of speedrunning, thou hast granted me my first wish, which was seeing Shantae. My second wish would be to have cancer permanently removed from the face of the earth. As my final wish, let the animals be saved. $100 from Jovo SK. Happily attending my first ever GDQ, and it's been everything I could imagine and more. Thank you so much for everyone I've had the pleasure of meeting. You've been all fantastic. Thus, here's 100 big ones. Let's crush cancer and kill the animals while we're at it.
Alright, so the last room up here is just another big gauntlet. Now it has all the enemies in one room. It's just that they spawn in waves. And then after this is just the last room. There's no boss to this. I don't know if we consider this a dungeon or not. Or if it's just an event that you have to complete. But after this, we can go and finish the game because there's a bit more to the game, obviously, with the plot and all the crests and whatever, but well, you'll see when we get...
Anyone who's played this game, I'm sure, is looking at the timer and thinking, there's an entire other dungeon you have to do. How are you going to beat the game in such a short time?
You gotta make coffee.
Yeah. You have to get the coffee and all these things. Well...
There's a trick to it.
There's something
also,
special.
there was a crest at the top of the tower. The Ammo Baron doesn't actually know that the crest has any significance. He just put it up there because they needed a prize at the top of the tower. So we got that, conveniently enough. And Bazooka Joe down here feels so bad for us that he also gives us a key because he thinks that the crest is worthless. So that's nice of him. Hi, Risky. Bye, Risky. So now we're going off to open the door that key goes to. I'll start talking about it now because this is right where the big skip in the game is. So in this game, you've seen it before that I can crouch, I can whip my hair, I can backdash. All those things are important to what I'm going to do. When you whip your hair, you can also cancel the end of the whipping animation into a backdash to save frames. You can also do that while crouching, and if you're crouched in a one high area, it still allows you to do that even though the backdash would make you stand up into two high sprite in a one high area, meaning like one block. So when you do that, you're too tall for the area that you're in, so the game zips you to the right until it knows what to do with you. In most cases, that puts you out of bounds. There are some instances where it doesn't, but this skip involves going out of bounds in a specific cave. I believe, and I have no way of figuring out if this is true or not, but this is just from my observations. I believe that all the caves in like the outdoor areas are all on the same map and loaded together. So by going out of bounds in this one cave, I can hit a loading zone that takes me into another cave that happens to be the third to last room in the game. And I'm going to go in there right now.
However, to do this trick, the camera stays locked to where you are, not out of bounds, so you can't see anything you're doing So in order for him to do this trick, he needs absolute silence.
Yeah, I
because
need
you're only
some
going off
serious
audio
time right
cues.
here actually, because I have to listen to this. Okay. Okay, 2. Okay. And there it is. So yeah, this is the last save room in the game. There's a whole lot of stuff. There's like 2 collectathon type deals in the intervening time, another dungeon, and 1 5-minute long auto scroller, and we skipped all of that by
Mostly
just
auto-scroller.
yeah, mostly the auto scroller because nobody likes playing the auto scroller. So that saved maybe like 30 to 40 minutes, depending on how fast you play the other parts. So that's pretty nice skip.
You're actually going to see him do the zip right there.
There's another zip right there.
It's one of those instances where it sends you to the right, but it doesn't send you out of bounds. And now all those characters that we met during the game, as you can see.
Yeah. So the plot is now a little hard to follow, considering that we skipped a large portion of it. But basically what you need to know is that, well, we have 3 crests suddenly, and we gave them to Risky because she took a hostage, which is our uncle. And now we have to fight her again. This, I suppose, is the moment of Risky's revenge.
It's also the moment of Risky's RNG.
Yes, so this fight is, again, like the first one, not particularly challenging.
But long and
But this one is much longer, because she can do that, anchor. The anchor is entirely random, and you can't hit her during it. She can do up to 8 of them, and every single one of them is just a time waste. So, how many do you think I'm gonna get?
I'm going with 6.
I'm gonna say 4.
10?
You can't do 10.
I'm liking 3.
3?
All right. So we'll see. We're on 1 already.
He
so.
can't get 8. 7 is the most he can get because he got 1.
Well,
He can
yeah,
get 2
yeah.
per cycle.
I can only get 2 per cycle because she can only show 2 anchors without also showing a barrel, which is the barrel is when I have to hit her, and I have to hit her 4 times. So that was number 2. And this is number 3.
Up 3.
That's it. They're done.
Oh,
Barrel
dear.
City coming up.
If only.
That would be nice. It's possible to get up to 8. It's possible also to get 0. I've gotten 0 once in like the hundreds of hours that I've run this game. It's extremely rare.
And how many times would you say you've gotten 8 barrels? Or
8 anchors? Twice, actually. So this is the other big RNG in the game. There's RNG at the very beginning and the very end. Which is a little inconvenient. Alright. So we're
Seems
capped
pretty
at
friendly there.
yeah, we're capped at 5 now. So anyone who guessed over 5. Alright, let's see what she does. Alright, so that's 4. That's what I guessed. Wait, did I guess 4 or 5? I said 4, yeah. Alright, barrel. Yeah! Alright, I got it.
Now what she does here is she takes all, well, it's supposed to be all 3 of your genie powers, but we only got 1 because that's all we needed.
So
she takes all of your genie powers away from you with the magic lamp and creates this Nega Shantae, as they call it.
Yep.
And it's a Shantae that uses all of the powers that we have, and you'll see them here.
She's much better at them than I am, actually, which is unfortunate. So, Nega Shantae has a lot of health.
400 to be exact.
Yeah, I've heard the number 400 tossed around. I don't know who got that number or where it came from, but I've never counted, so I'm going to believe it, I guess. That's basically it as far as what she does. Well, you haven't seen the mermaid yet, so that's the it. She has all the abilities that I would have gotten. There's the monkey, and then that's the monkey bullet move that I would have. She has the mermaid, and then the mermaid bubble move, which I also don't have, and the elephant, and the ability to stomp as an elephant to break blocks below you, and I have none of those. But again, that's because the game doesn't expect you to be skipping as much as I did. Oops.
And this fight is actually the reason he bought all those potions. Just because the fastest way to do this is to keep your pike ball on the whole time, but that drains most of your magic.
Well, that's not the fastest way to do this, but...
And when you get to half her health, she switches to phase 2, which is basically just...
The same thing, but faster.
Yeah, same thing, but faster. And with more damage, or more...
She does more per move, basically. This isn't actually the fastest way to fight her, but the fastest way to fight her is not marathon safe. So there is a trick quick kill in this that we more or less have figured out, but it is frame perfect, RNG dependent, and you have to take damage to attempt it. So it's not at all safe to try. Well, it's safe to try a bit, but I figured it'd be faster just to go with fighting her normally. So the quick kill is basically I have to hit her, take damage from her, and run out of invincibility frames from being hit from her before, all on the same frame, which also relies on her not moving while I'm trying to attempt it, and me getting a frame perfect input. So it's possible. We have somewhat of a setup for it, but it's not something that I'm attempting right now, so.
And get ready on time soon.
Well, yeah, time is going to come up as soon as she starts exploding. I have a bit more to go. She doesn't have a health bar, but I have a general sense of where I am in terms of how much health she has. There it is, time. That's pretty nice. That's pretty good. I was hoping for sub 35, but that's mostly dependent on the beginning and end RNGs, so that's pretty much what I expected. And there's just credits after this, so.
But at the end of the credits, there's...
Well, there's the end credit picture, and there's the in-game time.
Yeah.
But
gotta get the in-game time.
Well,
you don't want to see the picture, you want the in-game time.
Yeah, we need the in-game time.
Okay.
And if you think this game looks interesting, you can get this again on the Humble Bundle right now for $6, along with speedrunners and a couple other things. Check the Humble Bundle website. You can get it there. And I believe part of those funds go to the charity. Correct me if I'm wrong.
They could probably do it better than that, than you. But
good job.
I'm just sitting through the credits.
Could do like 2 or 3 donations for the in-game time.
The end game screen, I guess.
We have $25 from TaterTot26. Even though I have to wake up early, I'm staying up to catch the Shantae run. When I heard there was a Shantae Perler, I just had to donate. Best of luck to DevlJoe on the run. Here's to good RNG. And just a reminder that if you want in on the Perler, it's a $5 minimum donation. And any amount over that, regardless of what you put it towards, puts you in for that. $20 from a donator says, keep up the good work. $25 from Otaku Tom. Good luck on the run, DevlJoe. I was hoping to be there live with you all, but I was too busy helping out my father-in-law, who's been diagnosed with cancer and unfortunately won't be with us much longer. I'm hoping that I will be there with you all next year, and I'm hoping that enough practice to run Risky's Revenge, Pirate's Curse, or Half Genie Hero if it's out by then. Keep up the great work, and for the bidding war, since we're going for 100% on Separate Metroid, I'd say save the animals. Now this is a special donation. This comes from Ivan-Smith. Hey, this is Austin from Way Forward. Thanks for playing Shantae this AGDQ. I wish I could play Risky's Revenge that fast. When I played this while it was being developed, it took me many, many hours to complete. Here's hoping we see Pirate's Curse next year. I wish we could donate more. I lost my I lost my father to aggressive leukemia a few years ago. Keep up the awesome work, everyone. Austin.
And that's Risky's Revenge.
That's it. I don't really need to explain how the in-game timer works now. It's different.
All right, everyone. That was Shantae's Risky Revenge by DevlJoe. Up next, we have Scapegoat 2 by StingerPA and Vulajin. So while we start setting that up, we're going to be going to a quick commercial, and I hope you stick with us for the great scapegoating that will be coming up shortly. So stick with us, and see you soon. Since I'm muted, it can really yell. So we're back. We have $50 from Travis M. Shantae is one of my all-time favorite series. I love getting to see the game get pulverized. This won't be my last donation to the marathon, but I need to make sure I have a shot at that perler. Good luck to DevlJoe, and let's beat cancer with butt wiggles. $50 from Nortimer Monster. My wife is a survivor of the thyroid cancer. She would like this $50 to go towards the Disney theme song for Tangled. I have a dream and hopes to win the pinball game raffle. You are all awesome, and our son wants to be a superhero speedrunner like you all. $25 from Sean B. Hi there. Been watching a bunch of the uploads and getting super hyped to be able to finally watch AGDQ live. I love Shantae, Risky's Revenge. Having lost a grandmother to lung cancer and had 4 of my grandparents, 6 children, including my dad, have cancer in some way, shape, or form, this is a cause that hits very close to home. Cancer sucks, and no one should have to deal with it anymore. Thank you for the awesome running and all the work you guys are doing for it. $120 from Balthazar, 228. Shantae hype. This game made me so happy, but the final boss with no damage and the speedrun goal on iOS made me so salty. I'm so pumped for this series to finally get some love. I've been following it since the Game Boy release and can't wait for the Half Genie Hero. Keep rocking. Put this towards taunting the animals in Super Metroid, for a minimum of 5 seconds. Oh wait, just save them. That's what Shantae would do. $50 from Amoro. I love watching AGDQ, and even on my potato internet, I can do it. Thanks to all the runners, and down with the cancer. Good ending, Silent Hill. $5 from Jason Crochet. I lost an uncle to cancer, and I have an aunt struggling with it now. I hope this little bit helps fight against this horrible illness. That was a big one. Oh, actually, this one, we have a $667 donation from Ian Stocker from the Escape Goat 2 team. 2015 is the year of the goat. Sacrifice the animals. I'm a big fan of seeing the devs actually donate for this, so personally, it's nice to see that happen. Plus, the dev stream was pretty hyped. Shout outs to that, too. $10 from Snowy Snowwolf. Watched for many years, first time donating. Just wanted to say, Vulajin, I'm rooting for you and hope you kick ass in EG2. And when you are taking back those Bastion world records, much love, Snowy. $10 from Danable. I love watching AGDQ 2012. I've been watching since AGDQ 2012, and I have loved watching all these games being played to help such a good cause. This is to donate for the cause, and maybe win a prize, of course. Save the animals. Just a reminder that we are being sponsored by Humble Bundle, and if you want, you can check out the awesome games done quick Humble Bundle on humblebundle.com. Pay one for up to 9 games, a Twitch Turbo subscription, a subscription to Expert Premium, and exclusive merchandise, all while supporting Prevent Cancer Foundation. That's www.humblebundle.com. Another neat way to support the foundation, other than just donating, is subscribing to the Twitch service. All donations, or all subscriptions, go directly to PCF. Plus, you get all those sweet emoticons in chat, which I know you love. One of our great sponsors also is TinyBuild. TinyBuild Games is an indie developer which morphed into an indie publisher. They partnered up with indies across the world to help better their games as well as development games themselves. Check them out at tinybuild.com and check out their game Speedrunners, also available in the 2015 Humble Bundle, which I just mentioned. $5 from Ppop. Always loved watching the GDQs. Thanks for everyone for all the hard work and amazing runs. $5 from John 4. Already made a Humble Bundle purchase. Plus this $5 donation will go towards saving the animals in Metroid. $50 from Fartine. Just want to send out a shout out to my friends James and Mike. And just a reminder for everyone, all the proceeds that we get are going towards the Prevent Cancer Foundation. The PCF, or Prevent Cancer Foundation, is the only nonprofit in the United States that solely focuses on cancer prevention and early detection. Each year, more than 1.6 million Americans alone are diagnosed with the disease, and more than 500,000 die from the disease. However, research shows that up to 60% of cases and more than 50% of deaths are preventable with what we know now. The Prevent Cancer Foundation focuses its efforts in research, education, outreach, and advocacy. with over 138 million invested over 29 years. And who is supporting this? Well, we are Awesome Games Done Quick. Awesome Games Done Quick is a Games Done Quick event held every year in January, featuring Speed Demos Archive and Speed Runs Live communities. SDA, or Speed Demos Archive, is a website that hosts speedruns over 1,000 games with forums that help new players and old players discuss all sorts of game tech while commonly trying to speedrun games. You can follow them at SDA Speedruns for their Twitter. SRL, on the other hand, is the premier website for speedruns and racing. Live. If you want to race games or talk to people who race games, that is the website to go to as well. So check those two out if you want to learn more about speedrunning. We have a $25 donation from Bailey. Let's go, Vulajin. Do you bonk the balloon grout proud? You have to flex when you finish. If you're looking for other ways to support the donation and want to show something for it, you can visit theyeti.com. Right now, the Yeti is a t-shirt website featuring new design every 24 hours for a low price. The Yeti is partnered with AGDQ 2015, offering a ray of search with $3 from every purchase going to Prevent Cancer Foundation. So you can check out the collection at theyeti.com/gamesdonequick. Get a shirt, support charity, win-win. We have a $3 donation from Alvi. It's not much, but I really want to donate since it's for a great cause and a great event. Also, save the animals. $5 from Loose Goose Mammalian Moose. Fight the good fight. So coming up shortly is going to be Scapegoat 2. Now, if you like this game, this is one of the games that it's in the Humble Bundle. So if you donate at least $10, you can get this game, plus loads of other cool stuff.
Doesn't you updated with Steam Cloud?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Okay.
Am I alive?
Want to do balance checks?
Okay. Am I on yet? Doesn't sound like it.
Doesn't sound like it. Stinger's not
Is Mic 2 on yet? Okay.
Okay.
Do you hear me? Is it? Oh. Right. Okay.
How's mine sounding? Good or not so good?
Wow.
By the way, be very careful about the power strip that is right in your feet.
I'm just gonna keep my legs right here the entire time.
Don't ever move, ever.
That's fine.
Can you mute this one for a second, please?
It's one, yeah.
We just got a $150 donation from Tom and Janet. Donation in honor of StingerPA from your parents.
Yeah.
We see the many victims of cancer every day. Early detection is the key.
Sorry?
Hi, Mom and Dad.
So, good evening. Excellent. Okay, the upcoming game is going to be Scapegoat 2, which is an indie puzzle platformer. Pretty easy to learn, but really hard to master. And it's a race between StingerPA on the left side on your screen and Vulajin on the right side. Not sure it's right on camera. But in any case, the controls are pretty basic. Jump, double jump, and the dash. I'm explaining this because right in the first level there is going to be something a little bit out of the ordinary if you have played this game yourself. So I think we are ready. Okay. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. So already in the first level, there's going to be a pretty substantial part of the speedrun, which we call the boost jump. Basically what this allows us to is abuse the jumping mechanics to jump just a little bit higher than it's intended, to jump one block higher and go, well, in very many levels, just not quite the intended path. So overall, this game has exactly 0 randomness to it, so it's all player skill. Also, unofficially, this game is also a little bit about controller versus keyboard, with StingerPA on the keyboard and Vulajin on the controller. Also, you can already see StingerPA is already a little bit ahead, but this can very quickly change, since this game has a lot of tricks and very finicky things to it, where you can very easily die and have to restart the level. Also, as mentioned, the boost jump in this game is incredibly difficult to execute. You can see on StingerPA's screen right now, he's trying to dash boost jump. This is really difficult to do because right after a dash, he does not have any time to jump, so he needs to basically have really perfect inputs for that. Also, kind of the beauty of this game for speedrunning is there are many solutions to many levels. Most of the time they are intended solutions, but sometimes we don't go quite the intended way. So the basic idea of the game is to collect all the keys and then head to the exit in every level. Also, the players want to collect, I think, 8 sheep souls in total to be able to unlock the final area and to escape the tower.
7.
7? Okay.
Yeah, it's 7. You skip Temple of Adoration later in the run.
Right. Okay, in any case, they are already now in the second portion of this game, which is the Woods of Duplicity. Here you can see the first enemy of the game, the Reapers. They shoot fireballs as soon as either the goat or the companion rat is in line of sight. I didn't explain the companion rat. You can basically put down your companion rat, which is called Henry, by the way, down on the switch, or you can throw him around. That's pretty much how it works. Again, very easy to understand, but quite tricky to master. Also, they are way too fast for me to explain everything in every single level, so I will simply try to point out the interesting portions. For example, every Reaper always shoots fireballs at you, and, well, if you get hit once as the goat, you die. So you want to avoid that, and one way to avoid getting hit by a fireball is abusing the mechanic that your rat companion actually can absorb a fireball shot and throw him slightly in front of you, and then basically absorb the fireball, which would hit the goat, but instead is absorbed by the rat companion. So, as you can see, those Reapers are very useful to solve some puzzles, to explode chests and burn crates. And they are already in the second soul level, which is always a bit of a, what would you say, break for breathing.
Yeah, it's a nice rest point every couple of minutes.
Indeed. So, and very soon there is going to be a new mechanic introduced in this game, which I will be talking in a bit. But first, if you have noticed, this game actually has very good music, and especially in the next section, this is quite obvious to say the least. So if you would like this game, it's currently available in the Humble Bundle, and I highly recommend getting it. But enough for that for now. As you can see, there are now ice blocks in the level. The Reapers can melt the ice blocks, and that's sometimes useful, sometimes it's not, depending on level. And in any case, if you push the ice blocks, they will always move as far as possible.
That's not as dangerous as it looks.
Yeah. And then go on. Also, here, in that level, you can see in Vulajin's screen right around, he places the rat on the switch to hold it down. Normally what you're supposed to do is push down the switch with an ice block, but that's a bit slow. But as a result, for using the rat in this level, they have to use a boost jump. And let me tell you, they make this look way too easy. It's not. Also on the Stinger screen right now, you can see he's attempting a pretty much frame-perfect boost jump and rat throw to hit the switch up there. Vulajin is going more the traditional way of getting the platform necessary to activate that switch. So it's pretty crazy for now. Also here, we have the new mechanic, the Magic Hat. This basically allows you to switch position with your rat companion. And this can be used in very creative ways in quite a few levels. And already in the next ship room, you can see both racers are really close together still. That's pretty much because both of them are, well, within 1 second of each other in their personal bests.
Which of us has the world record again?
Okay, currently the world record for by 1 second is Vulajin. They tied their record, I think last week, for quite a while, but we'll see how this turns out in the near future. In any case, they practice quite hard for it.
Just to be fair about that, I've learned like everything about being good at this game from Stinger, so.
Yeah,
Fair
he
enough.
gets to have the record for a little bit.
Yeah.
I'll see what I can do by taking you back at some point.
So, in any case, the next section, the library, you can here see the rat shielding. Basically, they are going to run straight through the fireball by hopping a little and then dropping down Henry to absorb the fireball shots twice. And once again on Vulajin's screen, ding ding, and he is through. Very quick, and this is one of the tricks that probably looks a bit harder than it actually is. The really hard portion of this game is really to always get the boost jumps and never miss the keys. So, And they are almost, oh yeah, through this level. Also here, a boost jump up to this conveyor belt, then dropping down Henry to bait out a fireball from the Reaper and, well, already going to the exit. Also, one thing to note, those skull switches can only be activated by the goat. So they could not use Henry even if they wanted to. And both of the racers actually got this level really quick. This is, I don't think, quite the intended solution. There are a lot more switches, as you can see in many of the levels, than the racers generally use. But, well, it's all about speed, so you want to use the fastest way.
I got all the switches. That was my goal for this run.
Nice.
Mine was to relax in this room.
Well, the sheep soul rooms are basically a little bit of a work of art, to say the least. They have often very many switches which are not necessary to progress. In any case, the next area is the Hall of the Necromancer, which is generally all about power-ups for your rat companion. The first level will include a magic hat, and it's pretty special how quick you can get through this level if you simply know what you're doing. I'll simply let you watch this for now. Also, one thing I would like to note, if you are switching between your rat companion and the goat, everything in between, any enemy will be damaged or killed. Also, the next mechanic coming up is going to be a Staff of Occult. I'm not sure how it's called. Something like that. In any case, it allows Henry, your rat companion, to clone himself 4 times. So that is used here to hopefully put down clones on the switches at no help. Well, as you can see, this game is really difficult to do extremely precise, because you want to use every single frame in this game to your advantage, but doing so is difficult. Also, this level, simply watch. Okay.
Well, it's a close race now.
It is. So yeah, kind of the beauty of this game in speedrunning is that there are so many possibilities to clear levels and optimize them. If you saw the previous level, you could simply go in each room and set down one rat clone to teleport to him, but that's slow, so you want to figure out where to place them properly.
Nice swag.
Try hard.
Okay, very close race so far, but no matter whether one is 30 seconds ahead or not, this can all change in the very last section, which I will mention in a few seconds. First of all, the next section is the Halls of the Gleaming Crystal. Purple, I like purple. In any case, the first level has a kind of tricky boost jump. This is probably the most difficult boost jump required in the speedrun, and both already got it. Making it look way too easy. In any case, you have to boost jump just a little bit higher than usual to be able to land on that trapdoor. Also, I can barely keep up with this. This is the cape. And they can make Henry fly through the room. Well, and smash crates. And as you can see, if a key falls down into the abyss, it's actually automatically collected, which is very useful since you don't need to catch it. And this level is interesting. You're supposed to lead Henry all the way to the right with that switch to make him jump all the way to the right and then all the way back to the left. But with a very precise switch, I'm not even sure, that's almost frame perfect, I think. You can make him just jump high enough to grab the platform and get to the next switch.
Yeah, it's not quite frame perfect, but you've got a couple frames of leniency there.
Yeah, it's quite tricky in any case.
This is a 60 FPS game, so when he says a couple of frames.
Maybe. In any case, the next section is...
It's a graveyard.
Oh yeah, exactly. Because we don't need to visit all the sheep souls, and we are, well, not required to get them, we skip the Temple of Adoration, since it's clearly the longer area of the ones you can actually skip, in theory. So the next area will be the graveyard, and I think it's mostly straightforward. So if you could get in a donation or two or plug in...
Oh, yeah, definitely.
charity, that would be good.
Actually, I have a special $100 donation from Caitlin Gadd, who claims to be an Scapegoat developer.
She is.
Oh yeah, she is.
Good luck to StingerPA and Vulajin on the race. By the way, I patched the physics, so shouldn't break too much.
Nice.
Thank you, maybe. Unless it breaks some of our strats.
$25 from Pack. Hey guys, keep up the good work. Thanks for helping out this great cause. Joy watching as well. $50 from Daniel Raza. Hey Vulajin, during one of your games, I was hoping to catch Transistor, but I'm excited to see you play Scapegoat 2, a game I'd never even heard of until just a few minutes ago. Good luck on the run.
Well, I can also try. So yeah, as you might have seen, this boost jump is actually really difficult to get, and it looks tame, but it isn't. If you mess it up slightly, you can very easily die and lose a lot of time, as you can clearly see on Vulajin's screen. So in any case, the developers actually of this game are very supportive of the speedrunning community. A little history: when we discovered the boost jumps, or more like CD Wario discovered the boost jumps, the developer intended to patch it, but then decided not to, since it was a really high skill mechanic. I don't know the exact story, but I imagine something like that. Also, they actually organized a Speedruns Live race for this game, which was very nice.
Yeah, we got 35 people in a race back in April.
I was actually informed that the guy who created it was also in that race.
Yes, yeah, he was.
Yeah, I think he got like 10th or something in that race.
He wasn't too bad.
Yeah, he did pretty good.
Okay, in any case, the next section is now the Lair of Toragos. Toragos is this bone snake thingy. And basically, it's simply, as soon as it bumps into a wall, it tries to chase you. As in, with your positioning, you can manipulate on where it's going to move. And this used to be a very nice, relaxing section for the end of the speedrun, until people came around and completely wrecked the strategies. So on StingerPA's screen, you may see an attempt to get an extremely difficult, probably the most difficult trick in the speedrun right now. He's going to jump on an ice block mid-air. Oh, yes. Wow. He already got it. Oh my God.
That is the race, my friends.
This is incredibly difficult.
I have about a 15% success rate with that trick. And that's with just grinding it over and over in practice. I think I've gotten it about 4 times in runs ever.
This is incredibly difficult, let me tell you. There is also not quite the intended way to do this, but... Oh, okay. I hope Vulajin gets the backup strategy now, which is also quite fast, but obviously jumping on the ice block is faster. One mechanic I failed to mention before now, Toragos can actually absorb the keys. And if he does so, he will grow a bit longer every time. And if he dies, he will release the keys into the door.
Nice job.
So that's a pretty basic, important mechanic. So, currently StingerPA is ahead by just a little bit, but this can still change in the very last level, since the last level is also quite difficult to execute properly.
It's especially second to last level, but it's the last level for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, okay. There is actually, they don't even miss it half the levels in the entire speedrun. So if you would like to give this game a shot, I highly recommend you to do so, since pretty much all the levels are really interesting. So, last level. Teleport to the edge of that thing, throw down Henry, jump up to the middle of the switch, and then... Oh my God. Wow, okay.
Okay.
That was quick. That was way too quick for me to explain.
Sorry about that.
Ready on time.
Ready on time? And time for StingerPA. Nice.
I think I might have
Don't
tied you.
That, go ahead, just skip the credits, doesn't matter. That ties the world record, guys.
Yes.
Holy crap.
And it was a deathless run.
Oh my god.
Wow.
You've got to be kidding me.
Well, as I've said, both of those guys grinded this out. Wow, my god. First try too.
If it weren't for the death over here and missing that 9-T strike, it would have been a lot closer. But I can't really complain losing time. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Nice job, dude. I can't believe it.
Yeah, that beats my TV by 1 second.
So yeah, if this strategy in the last level looked ridiculous, that's because it is. It's incredibly difficult. I've only done that like twice ever.
1431 is not bad either.
Yeah.
Especially with 1 death.
Both of our goals for the race were like 1430 or less, and so doing this, I don't even have words for that. That's fantastic.
So yeah, okay. StingerPA wins the race with a keyboard over Vulajin with a controller.
Well,
I just had to mention that.
Boo! Keyboard sucks. Boo!
Not tonight.
Not tonight. Okay. Thank you for that, and well, that's that, I guess.
Yeah, quick shout outs to Caitlin Gadd, Ian Stalker, and Randy O'Connor, the developers of this game. You guys are fantastic. Thank you for all your support. For those that don't know, they made on multiple occasions changes to the game and pushed patches just for us, including if you looked in the top left corner during the run, there was a speedrun timer.
Yeah,
and that was added specifically for us. Yeah. So thank you guys so much.
And also shout-outs to the EG2 community, Theodrasil, Tropicalo, Chunkatuff,
Ortholabs,
Callistus. You guys are all awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. That's
you can cut us now?
Yeah.
All right, and that again was Scapegoat 2 by Vulajin and StingerPA. Playing a Scapegoat 2, which I'm sure the devs were watching. I could tell. Up next we have Broforce by Blood Thunder. And that's coming up shortly. But in the meantime, we're going to run a quick ad between games, give you guys a chance to stretch, take a break. Don't want to stare at a screen too long. Well, you can. Anyway, we're going to run a quick ad for you guys, and we'll be back shortly. Another one of our great sponsors is World9 Gaming. Since 2005, World9 Gaming has been the premier computer and console gaming provider for events across the Midwest with dedicated staff, tournament expertise, and an expansion collection of games and consoles. They guarantee the best gaming experience for the lowest cost at all events, large and small. Check them out at world9gaming.com. One of our biggest sponsors, as always, is Humble Bundle. You go to check out the Humble Bundle this week at humblebundle.com. You can see the XSplit or the AGDQ bundle. You can pay whatever you want for up to 9 games with different levels, giving you more and more rewards. Like for example, a Twitch Turbo subscription to XSplit Premium, exclusive merchandise, and all of the profits from that go to Humble Bundle, or from Humble Bundle go to Prevent Cancer Foundation. $75 from Jonas8. I always try and catch as much as possible of AGDQ. Thank you for a great event, for a great cause. Best regards from Sweden. $100 from Muke. Good morning, guys. I'm really happy to see Blood Thunder participating in this great event. So here's my contribution. Greetings from Germany. Battle Block Theater, $50 from, we have a $50 donation. Battle Block Theater, Transistor, and Fire Emblem, this GDQ, and I'm missing it all 3. I swear I'm quitting my job tomorrow. Oh, don't do that. You wouldn't be able to donate. $20. Greetings from Finland. Thanks to the organizers and runners for this great event. Here's a little something for a great cause. And just as a reminder, coming up very shortly is Broforce, brought to you by our very own Blood Thunder. If you're looking for even more excuses to donate, the Marathon Grand Prize is actually a pinball machine. DevlJoe has donated a Swords of Fury pinball machine as a grand prize for AGDQ 2015. This is a chance to own your very own pinball machine at home and help an awesome charity. Because this is a very special prize, a minimum bid is $50 with up to 4 bids for $200. DevlJoe has also provided pinball machines at the AGDQ venue for people to play throughout the marathon. You can watch AGDQ attendees speedrunning pinball for the new records at pinballdonequick.com. And if you're not sure what to donate towards, there's always some incentives. For example, if you want to see the Break the Camera incentive in Wiz, we're about $300 short of that. And if you want to see a cool game of Kung Foot played by the Rayman Legends runners, Kane, Apache, Spike Vegeta, and Spare 747, and Fearful Ferret play for a little bit at the end of the game, you're about 2,500 short. So if you really want to see that, you gotta put your money where your mouth is, so to speak.
hooked up.
I think I'm good to go.
Am I good to go?
I'm Bro Thunder.
I'm Brovo SK.
I'm Brobbles Del Fuego. I'm Laser Long.
I'm a Q Link.
All right, I guess, are we good?
That's everybody.
Yep. It's actually going to have a countdown for you if you just watch the screen, so if you want to go on that, just... So yeah, this is Broforce. We get to play as action heroes from the 80s and 90s. So you'll see a variety of 26 different ones, and it's random every time, so yeah. If you can keep track, feel free to guess them in chat. See if you get all 26. The first few levels we're going to move through pretty quickly. A lot of the challenge comes from the bosses, not really these levels. You'll see. If you don't know what Broforce is, it is Freedom Simulator 2014. It's pretty swag. And death is instant, so you get hit once and you're dead, so.
Liberty does not allow for mistakes.
I'm sorry, we couldn't get President Obama on Skype.
You've been instructed to move over.
Move. Railcoon's playing charades.
Alright, we did it.
So luckily, if one path doesn't seem to work, you can always take a different one. There's a variety of different ways to complete the level.
Seriously, just told you to get off the camera.
So not only is there 26 different bros, each one has their own special ability. Some of them are good, some of them are average, none of them are really bad, so the RNG in this game is either good or it's awesome. We'll see how it is once we get to the first boss. Other than that, it's just killing things and freeing countries.
What does RNG stand for?
That's a good question. It's an excuse we like to make up in speedrun. All right.
Keep liberating.
All right.
We're good. America doesn't stop.
You'll notice a lot of times I try to avoid ladders because it's actually faster just to jump up things than it is to climb them. So if I can do that, I'll try to avoid it. Which is a very nice feature in this level if it will work. There's a very tricky jump here, so.
Nice, you got it. Yeah, that's off the jump.
There we go.
Nice.
So jumping around that ladder actually cuts a cutscene out of the game, so that's pretty cool.
Speaking of things that are American, we have a $50 donation that simply states, "America hates cancer."
Indeed it does.
What doesn't hate cancer?
The zodiac sign?
You may notice also that some of the enemies kind of are aware of your presence before they're even on screen, and that's just a random factor, so I may die a few times. In fact, I already have due to that, which is something I can't control. That was my own fault.
No.
I mean, it was RNG.
That was illegal. It was RNG.
$100 donation from Dodoid. Let's smack cancer in the face by breaking some games and taking some names. Loving the run so far.
You missed. You hit the 28.
There's also another pretty cool trick with propane tanks. Luckily, this has not been patched yet. There we go.
Oh. Cool.
And I say patched yet because every time we find something cool in this game, it's promptly taken out in the next patch. We actually had an out of bounds, which doesn't really make sense for a 2D game, but we had one, and it's no longer there. Which is pretty sad.
Mr. T.
So I'm going to go through the trouble of saving a few bros here so I can, wow, this is really bad luck. Take on the boss easier, but I keep getting ones that are actually the worst possible. So we'll try to make do. Sweet! There we go. So fast, the stream never saw it.
We're live.
Okay.
Everybody put your clothes back on.
It's a terrorist. They're trying to stop the stream. Are we being DDoSed by North Korea?
Yeah, Sony wouldn't let this stream. So.
Game might just be too American for any server to handle.
Overflowing Washington, D.C. They were already at the breaking point.
So these two bros here, which no one seems to ever know who they are, they're actually the Boondock Bros, and for the longest time I thought they were the worst bros in the game. But it turns out they're actually the best, so. Shows what I know about this game.
It's machete.
It's brochetti.
It's brochetti.
$20 donation from Kraft. Let's do this.
Really sad that Mike Bro Yama couldn't be here to make it.
We always have Bro Scout.
We do have Bro Scout.
Thanks, Bro Scout.
So there's kind of an interesting thing about this stage. Once this level was put in the game, there was a boss coming up here, which is why there's a cutscene. This is not actually the boss. They took him out because it lagged too many people's computers. So I just replaced him with one of the typical enemies.
$50 donation from Kokto. Go, 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 speedrunner. Swift speedrunners support you.
So this is probably the hardest area in the game, and rightfully so, because it's a mess. But we have slow down ability. So we're just gonna run through everything. Speedrun style.
That doesn't slow you down at all, does it?
No, it just slows everything else in the game down. I will pick up another bro just to be safe. So anytime you pick up another extra life, in case you die, like that, you actually get another bro, so it's another random chance of 26.
Rip Rambro.
$10 donation from Brutal Knuckles. This is my first time I've been able to watch AGDQ. My sister-in-law was diagnosed with skin cancer. However, they caught it early, so no massive harm was done. Super scary times, but hopefully more people will never have to experience that. $20 donation. I've been enjoying AGDQ since 2013, and I thought it was my time to donate. You guys are doing an awesome job. Keep up the good work. Hype.
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 The hype.
Hype.
Bro hype.
Hype indeed.
Didn't get a boost off that one.
You're going so fast right now. You're like Cosbro right.
The inventor of speed broing.
Oh.
Yeah. Speed Bros Live.
Wait, so he said Speed Bros Live, and it's repeated over there, and then over there at the tech test too.
Haha, Speed Bros Live.
Sure.
Be Deborah's archive. That sounds so retarded. You don't need that tank. You might have need that tank.
Yeah, once we get past this, it goes back to being relatively easy. But these two stages are very infamous to destroying runs, let alone the RNG later on certain bosses.
Sweet hops. Cut the 15.
Normally I would get that extra bro there for this boss, but this character's really good at dealing damage, so
Overkill for America.
Sometimes things work, sometimes they don't. So this is Neo, and he's got to be another one of my personal favorites because he just destroys everything.
This is what happened if he took the blue pill.
So unfortunately, it's actually bad to get Neo here because it means I won't get him for the next boss, and you need Neo for the next boss to have a good run. So this will be an adequate run. Because there's actually a quick kill here that saves about a minute with basically Neo only. You can sort of get it with other characters, but it's not as effective. Because this boss does not die through damage. You have to knock him out of the world. And with Neo, you can just make a pit in the ground.
We have a $7 donation from Nick T10. Hey AGDQ, here's a question for you. Which is more American, helicopters or tanks?
Tanks.
Tanks, definitely.
A helicopter tank.
Tankacopter?
Tankacopter, bro. That shoots helicopters?
On a battleship.
Yeah. Driven by Liam Neeson.
Don't take his daughter.
You just wrote the plot for Taken 6.
I think Nick Cage would take that role.
So I'm just going to slowly push this boss to the right.
This is only get half the movie plot.
Push.
Get him.
There we go.
Yeah.
We'll jump off after him.
Godspeed, Broforce.
What bros do you think are missing from the game?
What?
If you could add a bro to this game, what do you think you could add?
Because there's a drinking game with the developers, if anyone mentions Bro Lee, which would be Bruce Lee, so anytime that's mentioned, they have to take a drink, so that's who I'd choose. You can tweet it at Free Lives.
Seth Rogen.
Alright, so we're going to try another little tricky jump here, which is... there we go.
Nice.
Nice. Good job.
I say they're tricky because you're not actually supposed to be able to jump that high, but...
I think that's a frame-perfect jump, unlike this is a very specific pixel. Yeah. Don't die.
There we go.
See? Yeah. I hoped. I said not to.
So this used to be the final boss of the game before new levels were added. He's kind of challenging, but if you know how to stop him from doing anything, he's pretty easy. So I'm actually going to be a little careful because I don't really trust Rambo enough to do this alone. I'm going to get someone else. But Bronan's actually worse than Rambo, so we have to go get someone else. There we go.
It's Chuck.
$5 from Pleber. Godspeed, Bro Thunder. This goes towards the runner's choice. We can get after the game.
Is there a spreading freedom option?
That's just inherent. No, I think it's actually saved the animals. I don't know if you said that right. $50 from Unknown Weirdo. On a scale of 4 to 8, how American do you feel right now for fighting for your country with some of the most muscular men/women fighting cancer at the same time? American out of 4 to 8. I like it. $10 donation. Stay awesome, you awesome people.
Thank you.
It really helps my confidence when you say those things.
Everybody should follow Blood Thunder if you like Blood Thunder.
So this is actually where the out of bounds was in the game. We could just fall all the way down to the bottom, but yeah, that's out of the game, so. Unfortunately, I can't show it off. You just have to go down the slow way, so. Hope you guys have plenty of time.
Not sure going out of bounds is American anyway. Or
America knows no bounds.
So I actually completed the level, but the helicopter still blew up. So there's an interesting thing about this boss. It might look like an auto-scroller, but you can actually complete the level if you know how to do the area blind. Unfortunately, I don't know how to do it blind. I don't think anyone's actually ever accomplished it, so maybe one day when I finish the segmented run, it'll have that. For now, we're just gonna slowly go up.
I love America.
What is your favorite thing about America?
The Americans.
Pretty good answers.
Yeah, that's pretty decent.
Like Bob Dylan.
Neil Diamond.
Neil Diamond.
$5 donation from Shamash. Those SDA PCF hats are so swaggy. I want one. I think that's another way of saying American, but I'll just infer there.
There used to be an easier way to get a quick kill off this boss if you knocked a propane tank when you're climbing up vertically, but that's now pretty much out of the game as well. So, shoutouts to the devs once again. Pretty cool guys. So the boss in this area is he's actually a real pain. And I actually had a donation center for the hard mode of this game, but I had to take it out due to this boss. He literally takes like 10 minutes to kill on hard mode.
I wonder who did the voice acting. Probably some non-American. They sound weak.
Weak.
$5 donation. It's a great thing what you guys are doing. Keep it up.
And she's gone.
You got this, Blade.
That's what happens when you go too fast.
No such thing.
Go fast. Nice anti-air.
So while I really like Neo, I don't want to go into this boss with only one life. So I'm going to get someone else first. And I'll probably pick up a few more as well.
So this is any percent, but what's the actual definition of the category?
This is actually like a any percent new game plus all levels. It's very strange, but running any percent of this game would be really boring, as you have to unlock all the bros individually, and that takes a really long time. You can't even do it in one playthrough, so you'd always have like the first couple and then nothing else. I'm trying to stay on the ladders because he can't crush you when you're on the ladders, but he can crush you pretty much anywhere else. Even if you're like in his hitbox, he'll crush you as he jumps. It's very annoying.
The jukes.
So yeah, there's crushing in the hitbox. Now I only have one life, so I have to be really careful. Otherwise, I have to start the fight over, which is something I don't want to have to do. So as I mentioned before, the RNG is either good or it's bad, and that just depends on who you get for the bosses. I'm not really getting anyone that's great, so I'm having to make do. You want someone that can either stun or evade really, really well.
I'm being told we have a donation for Lynx's Choice, though I might have to get that sooner or later.
So this is actually someone who can stun, so should be able to finish the fight, hopefully.
Get him, Willie.
There we go. And it's kind of weird how he's not the final boss of the game, because the actual final boss is the exact opposite. And you'll see what I mean when we get there.
It's Martin Lawrence.
It's Jaden Smith.
It's Jaden Smith. You'll never see it coming.
You may notice that these later levels are a little bit more advanced than the ones I was playing earlier, and that's because in between the making of the different level sets, they released the Expendables, which is a free-to-play version of this game for the Expendables 3 movie that came out. So if you want to try this out, get it on Steam. And a lot of these levels were like designed and developed in that style, and then ported over. There we go. I didn't really care for him, so.
RNG manipulation.
There we go.
That sets him up for this trick right here. There, cutscene skip.
So this is the final boss. He's done.
Woo! Skips an hour-long cutscene.
Yeah. Time. What was it? Nice.
Underestimate. Nice.
So if you still want to have fun in the game, you can just chase around these seagulls, and you eventually catch up to them, which is on for all 5 minutes, and then they're all dead. But yeah, that's Broforce. Hope you guys like America.
USA, USA, USA. That was pretty strong. Yeah. I'll go with a good solid 2-person chant.
All right, so that was Broforce by Blood Thunder. Probably the most American thing you're going to see all marathon. I at least hope it is. So anyway, coming up next after this is Metal Slug Advance by Gyre. Also on the PC, doing our PC block. But while we're setting up for that, we're going to take a quick commercial break shortly. So stay where you are, and we'll be with you shortly.
Hello and welcome back to AGDQ 2015. I'm your host, Skybills. We have just finished watching Blood Thunder's Broforce, and coming up next we have Metal Slug Advance by Gyre.
Railcream, can you hear me fine? Yeah, DK will be my commentator here.
Yes, sir.
I'll just yell really loud. Let's see if we can get this so it doesn't completely tangle all the cords up.
One of our awesome sponsors during AGDQ 2015 is the Humble Bundle. Check out the awesome Games Done Quick Bundle on humblebundle.com. Pay what you want to for up to 9 games, a Twitch Turbo subscription, a subscription to XSplit Premium, and exclusive merchandise, all while supporting Prevent Cancer Foundation. That's www.humblebundle.com. So what is exactly AGDQ for? This is all proceeds go towards the Prevent Cancer Foundation at preventcancer.org. The Prevent Cancer Foundation is the only nonprofit in the United States that solely focuses on cancer prevention and early detection. Each year, more than 1.6 million Americans alone are diagnosed with the disease, and more than 500,000 die from the disease. However, research shows that up to 60% of cases and more and more than 50% of deaths are preventable with what we know now. The Prevent Cancer Foundation focuses their efforts in research, education, outreach, and advocacy with over $138 million invested over 29 years. The Prevent Cancer Foundation has funded more than 480 grants and fellowships at more than 150 different academic institutions and medical centers from across the country. Some of these grants have even been funded by money raised from Awesome Games Done Quick in the past. Another one of our great sponsors is TinyBuild. TinyBuild Games is an indie developer morphed into an indie publisher. They partner up with indies across the world to help their games as well as develop games themselves. Check them out at www.tinybuild.com and check out their game speedrunners available in the AGDQ 2015 Humble Bundle. We have a $5 donation from Solid Frog. DK, glad I set my alarm for 3 a.m. Good luck on the runs. Sub 10? Be sure to donate towards many great donation incentives, one of them including the Break the Camera incentive from Wiz, a donation incentive for the Wiz runner SDFG to perform a glitch that breaks the camera in 2 specific levels. Watch a rabbit forced onto a different place of existence. And right now, our current goal is $500 and we are $205 out of 500. Another great way to contribute to AGDQ is to buy t-shirts from The Yeti. The Yeti is a t-shirt site featuring an awesome new design every 24 hours for a low price. The Yeti has partnered with us for AGDQ 2015, offering an array of shirts with $3 from every unit sold going to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Check out the collection at theyeti.com/gamesdonequick. Coming up next, we have Metal Slug Advance with Gyre as the speedrunner, followed by Contra with DK28 and the Mexican Runner. Don't forget as well, all Twitch subscriptions proceeds go 100% to PCF. Also, too, coming up later is Battletoads with JC583 and the Mexican Runner, and congratulations, we have met our Warpless percent incentive. We have obtained $3,065 out of 3,000, and so look forward to both these runners playing through the entire game. We apologize for the technical difficulties. The staff has been woken up and they are on their way. So just sit tight and we will get to Metal Slug Advance as soon as possible. Thank you again for donating and supporting AGDQ 2015.
Yes, no, maybe?
Cool. All right, so we're all set to go. So this will be Metal Slug Advance in 3, 2, 1, go.
Open drill.
Open drill, yep. So this is Metal Slug Advance. Metal Slug is a really well-established series of run-and-gun shooters that dates back to the arcade days. And Advance is a completely original game. So it's not an arcade port, it's not a rehash of one of the original ones in the series. But if you've played Metal Slug games before, you're going to recognize like all the action that's going on here. And if you haven't played a Metal Slug game, expect a lot of action, a little bit of platforming, and why is my buttons not working? That's not good. Let's see what's going on here.
While we're waiting, we have a $25 donation from Kona Recon saying, "Alarm, I just got off from work." Donating for the best arcade series of all
This was
time.
working when I tested it. So I'm just going to do a test here to see if the controller's working now. No, it was just the Game Boy player. Someone's changed the settings on it. We should be good now.
Grenades are very important in Metal Slug.
Look, a little bit important to have all of your buttons working if you want to be able to attack things. Yeah.
Could do some low percentage not having grenades. I mean.
Okay, so let's try this again. Guys, all set? Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. So now for real, this is Metal Slug Advance. And if you haven't seen one of the games in the series, it is very heavy on action, a little bit of platforming, and a really heavy emphasis on fun and gameplay over realism. So if you need to see where you're going, you're going to have big glowing bullets, you're going to have all kinds of nice features in here. But most of all, it's going to feel like when things go wrong, it's mostly your fault. There is some RNG in the game, and I'll talk about a lot of the mechanics in here. From a speedrunning perspective, you'll see first of all that I'm jumping all over the place. Jumping is pretty common in Metal Slug games. It moves you forward a little bit, just a couple pixels every time I jump. But over the course of a level, that's going to add up to a couple of seconds. And that adds a lot of danger to the run because you have a lot less control when you're in the air. You're also more liable to put yourself into harm's way. This screen's called the climb. It's one of the more tricky early game parts of the speedrun. And that's because of the way the game handles enemy spawns. Basically, there are positions that when they first scroll onto your camera view, it'll decide whether or not to put an enemy there. But as a lag reduction measure, and lag was a kind of a big thing for early Metal Slug games. Metal Slug 2 in particular had a ton of slowdown. They actually redid the game and re-released it as Metal Slug X, which fixed a lot of the problems. And I think they were nervous about something like that happening again for the relatively low-powered Game Boy Advance. So what they did was, if it's starting to lag, what'll happen is it'll start disabling spawn points. And that means I can get a lot of randomness just from enemy patterns changing based on when I kill things, what activity is going on the screen. Now we're going to get to the first boss here. Metal Slug bosses have a tradition of having a ton of hit points. So what I need to do for the speedrun is figure out effective ways to kill them quickly. This guy is trolling me by jumping around like an idiot. He likes to do that quite a bit. He also has an attack where he uses his main cannon shot. I want that to happen because it'll freeze him in place while he fires 3 times. But if he jumps around, it's more like I need to lock onto him and kind of follow around the action. Now you guys donated for Tira. There's 2 character choices in this game, Walter and Tira. They're purely cosmetic, so it's kind of just art style between the 2 of them. And Metal Slug players might be wondering, where are all my classic guys? This game, plot-wise, is set a little bit in the future. So Walter and Tira are new recruits to the PF squad. But under the covers, they really is the same crew as always. So Walter is Marco with a different haircut, a little bit different coloration. And Tira is Nadia from Metal Slug 4 with her ponytail chopped off. I don't know why they chose Nadia. Ari and Theo have been the more popular females in the series, but since it is art, it's kind of like the style choice. And I think they came out with some decent characters here. So DK, as a Metal Slug player, are you getting the sense this is the same game that you're used to?
Yeah, definitely very similar. A lot of the same mechanics. Like when you were fighting the boss, I was waiting for you to do the slug crash, which is where you sacrifice the vehicle, and it does a lot of damage as opposed to just the regular attacks. Metal Slug as a whole, I always say, probably has more personality than just about any other game series, and that definitely still comes through. So. How would you say this stacks up compared to the other games in the series?
I put it up there with Metal Slug X and Metal Slug 3 as my favorites. I think it's pretty accessible to new players. It's got a lot of elements that are not traditionally seen in a Metal Slug game. I'll talk about those a little bit. Probably first of all, you notice that there's a life bar. It's kind of replaced the arcade style where you've got credit feeding and just kind of unlimited amounts of play as long as you've got enough money, with a system where you have a little bit more interesting things happening for the home console version. And that's because they were trying to do from the ground up a game that was going to be interesting for somebody that was wanting to get some replay value out of it. So this was kind of an unplanned battle. I'm supposed to have the Slug coming in here to this boss. So this is going to take quite a bit longer than I want it. Actually, that's really bad. So one of the things that you'll see here for Metal Slug is if you die, then you're actually going to restart at the last checkpoint. In this case, it's going to be the boss battle. In traditional Metal Slug games, what would happen is you get there exactly where you left off, but in this case, I have to redo the boss fight entirely. So it's kind of a penalizing feature to make you get good at the game. But it's also useful for interfacing with the Metroidvania style elements. So one of the things they did for replayability was make it so that there is a card collecting aspect. And the card collection has a couple of different things that you can get out of it. There are achievement cards for beating the bosses under certain time limits, beating parts of the mission. I'm going to collect a laser here. Unlike the other Metal Slug games, it's actually deterministic what weapons that you get in the bosses, which is one of the nice things where you're saving a little bit in RNG. Otherwise, these guys are RNG nightmares. The first phase of this guy has a little bit more predictability, but the second phase, he likes to move around a lot like an idiot, so it's kind of hard to lock onto him. But other aspects of the cards, there are secret items that you need to get just for decorative purposes. And there's also power-ups. So you might have seen that when I was grabbing weapons, I actually have half as much ammo as I would in a normal Metal Slug game. So when I got the heavy machine gun, I only had 100 shots instead of 200. So while you have power-ups that increase your ammunition, really it's getting you back to parity with the other Metal Slug games.
Is that the Alan replacement?
That is Alan O'Neill Jr. So again, this is set a little bit in the future from the other Metal Slug games. Alan O'Neill is one of the most fun battles in it. He's kind of a recurring villain in the series. I think he's more interesting than the end boss or most of the other guys in there. And kind of the backstory of Alan O'Neill is, even though he keeps dying, he's immortal because he always wants to go home and go back to his son. Well, that's his son in this game. And he happens to fight exactly like his father does. Unfortunately, I'm not going to do the Alan O'Neill fight. It's in an optional area of the final mission. And since this is an any % run, I'm not going to be able to go all the way through there. I guess I should explain what the difference is between any % and 100% here. So in a 100% run, it's basically collecting all the cards. It's 100 cards that you go through. So it's a really easy definition of what 100% means. And any % is finishing the game as fast as possible. I'm only going to collect 2 cards throughout the run that are optional, one of which I got at the very beginning of the game, the shotgun clip to increase my shotgun ammo. I'll need that in mission 4. And then there's also the heavy machine gun clip, which I got just now. And I'll use that against the final boss. So this is probably a good time to plug the charity and tell us a little bit about what we're doing here.
Okay, thank you. We have a $25 donation from David F12, donating again for one of my favorite series of all time. Okay, hype! Here's hoping all of us together can help prevent cancer and give us all a very rosy outlook on life. We also have a $20 donation from Tim Z. I lost my grandma to pancreatic cancer when I was 12. Thanks for being awesome. After that Broforce run, I think it's pretty important to liberate the animals. $25 donation from Steve. Worth it to stay up till 4 a.m. for this run. One of my favorite games of all time. Good luck and keep going.
So you notice what? Go ahead.
No, sorry. A $20 donation from the Bacon from Hell. Stanford TV brought me here. I hope I win the PS4. I love you all.
So one of the things I was doing there with the purple paratroopers is actually influencing how they spawn based on the lag management. There's supposed to be 9 in each of the waves, but the more you kill simultaneously, the more it's going on at the screen at the same time. And as I said, that'll cause enemies to despawn. So you can get between 4 and 9 depending on how quickly you deal with the first wave in there. Now this guy is based on a boss from Metal Slug 1. His gimmick is that he's below you, which is always a weak spot in Metal Slug games. It's very difficult to shoot down. But if you bring the Slug into the mission, you can really trash the boss. And he's one of the few ones that doesn't have randomness in how he moves around. He's random in how he attacks, but his movement pattern is fixed.
I noticed they also kind of give you the world map on this one. Does that have any particular function, or is that more just...
That's part of the replay aspect. So in order to complete the game fully for the 100%, you actually have to do some of the missions many times over. And in fact, there is like unlocks where you get parts of the game that are locked off the first time that you go through the missions. You find secret items, and those let you open up later parts of the game. So this is where the game starts getting really difficult. Not only is it ramping up how hard it is, but I've been skipping all those cards for the purposes of the speedrun. So it's kind of assuming that I've got the power-ups, which is going to make it a lot trickier to get through here. And what I'm going to rely for most of the rest of the run is more on running and dodging things than on actually killing. Take the damage boost up to the 3rd floor, which gives me a little bit of a jump off here. Notice there's a little bit of a difference between what you might think are the hitboxes of the game and where it's actually looking at things. I'll take advantage of that quite a bit and kind of show it off throughout this level. But mostly what I'm trying to do is baby this shotgun that I got at the very beginning all the way through to the boss. It's the most effective weapon. There is a flame shot, but it's about 15 seconds out of the way.
Is flame as OP in this one as the rest of the series?
Unfortunately, the flame clip increase is at the very end of Mission 5. So it would be if you had enough ammunition, but you don't. This is one of the more trolling aspects of the game. I kind of mentioned how enemy spawns have deactivation if there are no enemies. Like there's supposed to be a tank there, but he decided not to show up today. The way they code at mobile objects, these platforms I'm riding on, those are also spawned in the game. So if there's lag at the wrong time, the floor will disappear and I'll have a very bad day. So I needed 20 shotgun shots and 20 grenades for the quick kill on the boss, but I also need luck to get him to do a certain attack. And unfortunately, you can't influence that, but we'll see if it goes well or not. He basically can drop a missile on my head, or he can decide to swoop, and the swoop will take at least 6 seconds. This is the swoop. And we'll finish him off because I dropped a couple grenades on the ground. But if you have 20 and 20, you can kill him with exactly the ammunition that you got there. I have to mash because there is actually the mission selection between each of these screens in here. Now the final mission. The final mission starts off with a couple branching paths. The first branching path is whether or not you survive the aerial combat section. I blow myself up intentionally to take me to this backup area. And it kind of looks like an auto-scroller, but every time I get shot, notice the screen scrolls slightly faster. So the technique down here is actually pretty counterintuitive. You want to get shot as much as possible. You'd think that would be easy for a game like this, but it's tricky to manipulate the enemies to shoot you in a consistent way. So I need to take exactly 4 going down there to get through as quick, the fastest way. Again, it doesn't look like you could sneak through there, but I tricked the missile to fire the wrong direction, and he's too slow to catch up. This next screen, this is probably not what you want to do at home. I skipped that super grenade there, which is a tricky jump because these tanks right here have a shield. Normally you have to blast the shield before you can do damage to them, but the shotgun's piercing attack goes right through, so I can kill them in 1 hit.
I was going to say, it was nice to see super grenade again, but never mind.
I'll get you some super grenades. This is the final mission here with a ton of branching paths through here. Obviously I'm going to take the shortest one through, but there is all kinds of collectibles in here. There's the optional Alan O'Neill fight. And some of the paths give you more weapons to use against the final boss. What a troll from the left-hand side there. So I'll go through and kind of have the minimum, which is just coming through with your pistol and 10 grenades. So I'll have to be a little bit more careful about how I deal with them. For these 2 rooms, what I actually do is park myself on top of the exit trigger before it spawns. And when it activates, it sucks me out immediately. It saves a couple of frames. There's another trick with those tanks. You can actually poke your gun through their hitbox. It doesn't hurt you if you get just at the right position, so I can actually shoot the back of him without taking damage. It's my safety fish. And this guy is an RNG nightmare. First of all, depending on where the platforms spawn and where I spawn on the screen, I'll get between 3 and 5 jumps. And then there's these random robots. I'm hoping that they go at my crouching height because you fire the gun fastest when crouching. Wow, they are really trolling me today. But they can be unhittable, like you saw in the first one, or they could be at like a head height, which is kind of an intermediate comfortable one. Then it does this plasma ball attack. These plasma balls are completely random, so it's all improv doing this section. And it's no safe spot in the screen where you can still hit the boss. So that glowing red orb is the only thing that takes damage on there. So if you want to dodge and you go around, then you'll be doing less DPS, which is never good for a speedrun. The transition from the top to bottom, that is RNG as well for how long it takes. These plasma lasers are RNG as well. It'll give you some pretty interesting patterns sometimes. Again, I want to stay in the middle as much as possible. I'll even take hits sometimes if it lets me avoid having to run around. The time to drop these platforms down is random. That was actually a pretty good one. I had a practice attempt earlier where it took 25 seconds to drop those down. And then it repeats the cycle. And it's important that I don't put the boss into critical mode before he does the plasma balls again. He's got a much nastier phase once he goes into critical mode. The robots go into insanity mode, where they move much faster, and he can do 3 robots instead of 2. There's also what I call the blue ring of death attack. We'll see if it comes down and does the blue ring of death here at the bottom. I might be able to take him out before then. So get ready on time. It won't be when the boss dies, but I'll tell you exactly when it is. And that was the final boss of Metal Slug Advance. So time is going to be in 3, 2, 1, time. Not bad for getting trolled by mission 2. The world record is 14:02. Not only does that require really good execution, but also all those RNG elements I talked about. Like you have to get the quick kill on mission 4, you have to get perfect RNG on mission 5. Just like there's about a minute of difference from pure RNG on the bosses alone.
Yeah, a perfect Metal Slug run is quite a sight.
And I do want to give a shout out to Mike Uyama. Mike is the main organizer of the GDQ events, and he's also a really big Metal Slug player. I'd hope to have him on the couch today, but he's unable to join us. His runs were really what got me into speedrunning Metal Slug games in the first place. He had a lot of very good times early on before people were really seriously doing this. Like I was doing 1-credit clears of like Metal Slug X and Metal Slug 1, but you do that like with baby strats. You crawl for it. You make sure that you're going through as safe as possible. And Mike was the first person I saw that just like tore through the level. DK, I don't know how you got started on Metal Slug games.
A little bit the same, because always the run and gun stuff, with the Contra and everything like that. So watching Mike's Metal Slug reruns was definitely inspirational, just like you said. Just caution to the wind and just go for it.
So thank you, Mike, and I hope you're able to join us for a future Metal Slug. I'm sure we'll have more in the marathon. And with that, thanks for watching, everyone.
Thank you, and that was Gyre with Metal Slug Advance. Coming up next is DK28 and the Mexican Runner speedrunning Contra. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break. We will be right back with more AGDQ 2015. Stay tuned. One of our awesome sponsors to AGDQ is from World9 Gaming. Since 2005, World9 Gaming has been the premier computer and console gaming provider for events across the Midwest. With dedicated staff, tournament expertise, and an expansive collection of games and consoles, they guarantee the best gaming experience at the lowest cost for all events, large and small. Check them out at world9gaming.com. Remember that all proceeds from Games Done Quick donations go to the Prevent Cancer Foundation at preventcancer.org. The Prevent Cancer Foundation is the only nonprofit in the United States that solely focuses on cancer prevention and early detection. Each year, more than 1.6 million Americans alone are diagnosed with the disease, and more than 500,000 die from the disease. However, research shows that 60% of cases and more than 50% of deaths are preventable with what we know now. The Prevent Cancer Foundation focuses their efforts in research, education, outreach, and advocacy, with over $138 million invested over 29 years. And also, as far as gaming is concerned, you won't want to miss out on the Humble Bundle. Check out the Awesome Games Done Quick bundle on humblebundle.com. Pay what you want for up to 9 games, a Twitch Turbo subscription, a subscription to XSplit Premium, and exclusive merchandise, all while supporting Prevent Cancer Foundation. That is at www.humblebundle.com. For those of you who are new and just turning in, Awesome Games Done Quick is a Games Done Quick event held every year in January featuring members of the Speed Demos Archive and Speedruns Live communities. SDA proudly hosts speedruns of over 1,000 games with forums containing speedrunning planning and marathon discussions. SDA welcomes gamers old and new alike. You can follow them on Twitter at SDA Speedruns and visit their website at speeddemosarchive.com. Also, SRL is the best site to race games online and against other players of all skill levels. They are also hosting a short series of races starting January 17th titled Get Yourself Speedrunning. You can go to their front page, speedrunslive.com, for more information and watch a variety of speedrun streams. For more information about the GDQ and the GDQ schedule, you can follow on the Twitter page at Games Done Quick on Twitter and see information about the event at gamesdonequick.com. We have a $50 donation from Lemonzucks, the best 2 Contra speedrunners in the world at AGDQ. I was waiting to see this race for a long time, and now I'm hyped. I hope these Muchilla guys won't troll any of you because, as you know, they tend to do it very often. Also, make sure you get those frame-perfect snowfield jumps in the race. The winner of the race can decide where this money is going to. Greetings from Germany. And how could you not be hyped with those headbands that both runners are wearing? Very nice. Hype! We have a $5 donation from Scuddy. TMR and DK on the couch. Zallard 2, be still my heart. While you're waiting for any speedruns to start, don't forget to visit the Yeti site. The Yeti is a t-shirt site featuring awesome new design every 24 hours for a low price. The Yeti has partnered with us for AGDQ 2015, offering an array of shirts with $3 from every unit sold going to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Check out the collection at theyeticup.com/gamesdonequick.
Talking, loud noises.
If it holds things up.
Is this mic working? Hello, my name is TMR and I'm a speedrunner. Huh? How you doing? Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Oh, turn me up a little bit then, I guess. I'm talking. Please don't troll me, Jungle.
Anyone else over their mic?
Nope. Zallard and I are going to be sharing the mic, so.
Oh my god.
As far as I know, it does work.
All right.
This way it does.
Yeah.
Okay.
One's on title screen. DK, hit start. No.
Oh, what? Oh, sorry. Okay, that is DK. The demo is DK.
I'm demoing the bass.
Hey, we need to reset, man.
Yeah, we have to start the consoles at the same time.
We need to reset.
Yeah, because the start time is different if we don't have them power on at the same time.
That's fine. Sure,
So,
Yeah.
So, I do it on 3.
No, I mean when they will, will do the countdown? Are we ready to start? Okay. No, we need to reset in the countdown.
All right, you guys ready? Power on.
Yeah, I am.
So, 1. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, reset.
Okay, so power on at 3.
Nope, it just did power on. What?
It's gonna be power on or reset?
So,
Yeah,
well, we're good now. We have to hit. As long as we hit start at the same time, we'll be
3.
okay.
Yeah, they've done power.
3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, that will be great.
They already did power.
Yeah.
No. But okay, just hit power. Just press the reset at the 0. DK.
They're good. Yes. Yeah, just go.
Yeah. Can you?
Wait, you want me to reset again?
Yeah, count down, please. 3, 2, 1, go. Press start.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Good luck.
Good luck to you too. Okay.
This is the first year that we've had a Contra race, and both of these players are excellent at this game. It should be a good watch. The big thing for stage 1 is just getting past the wall at the end. There's a boss that fires a bunch of random shots to multiple different points, and it can stop you.
Yeah, Margo and Fire strikes.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
Oh, that was almost dumb.
Oof. Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. The rest of the game is totally free.
That would have been like the worst place to die, and both of them. So, the base stage, there's a thing called a spread line. DK and TMR both have it. Basically, when a spread shot hits the wall, there are there's a door right there. What? Anyway.
Fire percent.
But yeah.
Oh my god, man. No! Oh, okay. Whatever, man. Yeah.
You want to talk about jump plays,
Yeah. So there's a memory address that it fluctuates really, really wildly. There's no really discernible pattern to it, and there's a chance that you could skip a couple of platforms. It's not super reliable. They also opt to not go for the fire jump because of the jump height. You could have a really bad jump height, and it makes that really difficult in some cases.
Oops. Okay.
As a quick warning, stream might go down, so if it does, please stay tuned.
Bad. That was really bad.
No, mommy. Come on, just die. Okay.
Not getting the rhythm. That's not gonna help me.
Oh! Sorry for the screams, guys. So how is it going? I can hear my voice all over the room. No, jump.
2 jumps.
Wow. You have to match super hard and get a really specific to get that top 4 and 2 jumps.
No.
Oh. Damn, it's over.
Okay.
Yeah, oh, That's 5 seconds.
Gonna go YOLO, DK. I'm gonna go YOLO.
Nah, I don't care about the glitch, but I missed the second head. Damn it.
Okay, I'm gonna be trying a 1-frame jump. It is pretty hard. If I fail it, I will lose 3 seconds automatically. I'm just gonna try it because why not? So this is the YOLO jump. Ah, and I died. Yeah, so it is pretty bad. Honestly, it's not worth going in a live event. Oh.
Although TMR is very consistent at the bomb jump, so that's...
Yeah, that bomb jump, they're set up to where you have 1 frame to jump without both of the bombs.
Troll.
No. Oh. Okay, GG. Yeah, I okay.
It's pretty rough, low percent tanks.
Very. It's pretty brutal. Because they have a lot of health.
Look at those mochila guys, huh?
Red Falcon is on point with spawning today. Yeah. Yeah, Snowfield is the level where they really start to get aggressive with the spawnings, where they come out and shoot instead of just trying to run you down. Yes.
Originally, they just kind of run off the screen. Now they've got a good chance to run out and shoot. Run and shoot. Just kind of throw off the player every time.
Alright, so I'm going to try and do the exo skip. Oh, perfect global timer too. Ah, I can't go now. I missed that jump. Oh, and the pause trick didn't even work, so that's fantastic.
No.
Well, first he was trying to do the exo skip, which you have a 15-frame window to give from the first flame when he was down, all the way to that one jump where he gets through the last 2 frames, but he didn't jump right away, so he wasted all 15 frames. He had to do the pause trick as a backup, but he paused a little bit.
I hope so don't die at the boss.
Basically, what you're trying to do is skip the flame spawn of the tree. Yeah. By pausing before it spawns and then pausing after it spawns.
Yeah, there's a global timer that it ticks every 128 frames, and the game determines some of the actions, like the fire and the claws will stay somewhere. What they're trying to do is if you carry the barrier just barely to the
Frickin' spawns.
and crash through the first wall. He just used the pause right there. So he froze the second set of claws that would come down.
No troll, that's good.
TMR got it too.
Ah, we're going to Alien's Lair.
What? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Nobody saw that screen.
It's rough when, like, that ends, it's just like, it spawns a bunch of enemies, and they all try to shoot at you, it seems. At least it's very common.
Oof, that was bad.
So, Alien's Lair is pretty consistent. As long as I don't get trolled by the spiders, then should be good.
No.
Get ready for DK stock.
Troll.
It's like a 50 shot that one spider.
And time. Oh.
10:36. Nice.
For having multiple deaths, that's not bad, but
No. Okay.
this the spawning has been unreal.
Yeah.
Spawns, like they just set it up to where you're gonna die.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. Congrats, DK. So it's worth to mention that DK is the only one that has done a sub-10 real time, I mean SDA timing, and that is really something huge for Contra. Yeah, it's a really great time.
Thank you.
Oh.
Get ready for TMR's time. Time.
Congrats, man.
Like it. Second loop or?
Okay.
All right.
So what's coming up?
Give it up for our two racers, y'all.
Good race, both DK28 and TMR, and that was Contra. Coming up next, we have InfestedRiche and Powerblade. $20 donation from Kyle10. Hey everyone, love the runs. The task block was amazing. I'm excited for this awesome week of watching games get beat fast. I hope we can beat Cancer just as fast. Cheers. By the way, I love that Contra. And as with any of the donation incentives, feel free to visit GamesDoneQuick.com for more information about those as well. $50 from TWA, still at work but looking forward to an evening full of AGDQ, and of course, I want to win that pinball machine. And speaking of the pinball machine, that is the grand prize. PinballJoe has donated a Swords of Fury pinball machine as a grand prize for AGDQ 2015. This is a chance to own your very own pinball machine at home and help an awesome charity. Because this is a very special prize, a minimum bid is $50, with up to 4 bids for $200. PinballJoe has also provided pinball machines at the AGDQ venue for people to play. Throughout the marathon, you can watch AGDQ attendees speedrunning pinball for new world records at pinballdonequick.com. And with that, we're going to head to a quick commercial break, and we will be back. And we're back with more AGDQ 2015. And again, next is InfestedRiche with Power Blade, followed by Snake, Rattle, and Roll by PJ and Fiesel. Couple more donations, $25 from Commodore C64. Go, 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 TMR and DK28. Keep up the good work, and thanks for the stream. We have $10 from Mr. K14. Good luck, DK and TMR. Sorry I couldn't make it this year, but just remember that if you don't get the stage 4 boss glitch, you can always save time with the Leap of Faith. $10 from Robert M. I have an exam today, but that won't stop me from watching and keeping up on all the awesome work. Thanks. One of our amazing sponsors for AGDQ 2015 is Something Artistic. SomethingArtistic.net offers decals and stickers made to decorate your consoles, walls, computers, and more. $2 from every decal sold this week is being donated directly to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. You can find all their decals, including some designed just for AGDQ, over at decal.ly. Another awesome sponsor of AGDQ 2015 is Tiny Build. Tiny Build Games is an indie developer morphed into an indie publisher. They partner up with indies across the world to help better their games as well as develop games themselves. Check them out at www.tinybuild.com and check out their game speedrunners available in the AGDQ 2015 Humble Bundle.
Okay, countdown here. 3, 2, 1, go.
Look, Rich.
Thanks. All right, this is one of my favorite platformers here. I'm gonna kill some enemies in a certain order to get some drops and upgrades, and especially the grenade in this game, which I can use a grenade glitch in with. I'm getting like more boomerangs and better range on my attacks, stuff like that. Oops. Here's a contact person that will give me a key card so I can open up the boss door at the end of the stage. I'm gonna do a little shortcut over here and jump over to that ladder, which is not intended. I'm using my first grenade. Kills everything on the screen. Another shortcut here. And you can't drop down from a screen. You need to climb down the whole way, otherwise you die. So I'm gonna try to do some, I'm gonna try to let go of the ladder and re-grab it as late as I can at some parts. Yeah, when you fall from a great height in this game, he will do that like weird kneeling animation. So you'll notice that I'll throw like a boomerang, yeah, when I fall from great heights to kill that animation. Save some small time. Here I'm doing a thing we call grenade glitch. It will insta-kill the boss. How it works is before the boss fight starts, the boss starts with 1 HP and it's supposed to refill to max before the fight starts, but I buffer a grenade going in there and the grenade deals 1 damage, so it puts him to 0 and kills him. And it works on like 4 of the bosses in the game. Because some bosses are immune to grenades, that's why it doesn't work. one of the main reasons why I started speedrunning this game is because of the awesome soundtrack, like one of the best that I've heard for NES. Oh, that's a Taz Boomerang actually. What I did, I killed the bubble to not take damage from him. When you beat the stage, your life will refill to max before you advance to the next area. So it saves like a couple of frames to have as much life as you can at the end of the stage. Later on in the stage you will see the reason why I play on normal and not on hard. Like, there's no difficulty differences really between them. It's the difference is that in hard, when you take damage, you get a slight knockbacks. And there's a section coming up in this stage that would be horrendous if we played it on hard. That's one of the risky ladder regrabs I talked about. And yeah, this is the section that would be terrible in hard. Like, you would get knocked back and slow you down a lot. There's a weird wall, you can just jump through it. And this is the hardest boss in the game. If you play him, that is. There's like a really dragon boss that's, most blind players of this game that I've seen like get stuck on that boss, and it's pretty bad. Oops. I need that kill on that frog. That's in order to get the kill, like the explode animation needs to go away before you get like the count for the kill. And if I didn't kill that frog, my item drops route would be kind of messed up. So had to wait slightly there. Funny thing as well, how the contact persons look like exactly like you do. You can read some donations if you want. Coming up here is the first boss that I will face, and unfortunately it's a lot of RNG dependent. You need to kill these hatches when they open up, and you can only do damage to them when they're open. And it's random how he opens the hatches. This is awful RNG actually. Could be a lot worse, but probably lost like at least 5 seconds compared to like a decent normal attempt. Coming up now is the hardest stage in the game in my opinion. It will introduce some wall clipping, which is really scary, and if things go bad I might die. Okay, decent. How that works is I can't jump up to that platform with my normal jump, so I do like a clip through. I think it's like a pixel or two. I'm not sure how big the margin is, but it's either 1 or 2 pixels. It's different from some of the wall clips actually, but yeah, I need to hit that position and like get a boost around the corner, which allows me to jump up there. Otherwise, I have to go around and like waste 15 seconds with the normal routes. Coming up here is the Power Blade armor, hence the name of the game. Oh no. If you're really fast, you can make it past that little circling thing without taking damage. And yeah, this armor is extremely powerful. Your shots go through terrain, and yeah, it deals a lot of damage. And now you see I have 3 dots in the top right corner. It stands for my health on the armor, so I'm not taking like normal damage on my health bar now. Instead, when I take 3 hits, I lose the armor and revert back to normal. But I'm gonna try to keep the armor for the rest of the run. Another clip here. Decent. Okay, I'm 1 kill short. That's my grenade. Here's the scariest part in the run. Oof, that was insanely close. Okay, like once you get past that, I feel like the run is yeah. That if I die during that platforming section, I lose 2 minutes, so that's huge, and I lose the armor as well. You can do that platform section without stopping once, but yeah, I've had such bad luck during like live marathons that a weird thing that can happen is that you land on the platform, but you clip through it and fall down and die. And yeah, I rather like throw away like 3 or 4 seconds, safing it out.
Also, to remember, all subscriptions to Games Done Quick, 100% of them go to the Prevent Cancer Foundation.
This is one of the easier stages in the game, but it ends with, let's see here if I, okay. I'm gonna clip up to that boss door, and it saves like, I think it's 1 minute or 90 seconds or something, and this is one of the harder clips in the game. Come on, there. Yeah, that's like decent for marathon, I guess. Yeah, in my record run in this game, I nailed every clip in the game first try except for the last one in the game, which is the hardest one. I'm not sure if it's pixel perfect or sub-pixel, but it feels like, yeah, really damn tight. Hopefully we'll get it good this time. Here's the first female contact person, and the only one. Little clip here. Come on. If I want to, I could do a safe strat here and collect another armor to get one more hit on the armor, but screw that. Here's the hardest clip in the game, and I got it first try. Holy shit. Yeah, that's the clip I talked about. In my record run, I got it like third try, and besides that, my run is pretty damn perfect. So first try, that was insane. Couldn't ask for more. I'm gonna try some clips here as well, nice. And this one as well, oh, nice. And yeah, simple boss. It does the same thing every time, so really simple. If you have a few donations, you could put in 1 or 2, I guess, here.
We don't have any donations currently right now, but I wanted to know, have you ever speedrun Power Blade 2? And if so, what are the differences between Power Blade 1 and Power Blade 2?
What the differences are? Yeah, the sequel to this game is like, I don't know if they were like influenced by Mega Man, but they added that Noah, the main character, can do a slide and get some kind of power-ups with suits, and it's completely different game, but also a really good game, but I like this one better. And yeah, this soundtrack is amazing.
What do you particularly like about this game, comparatively?
Sorry?
What do you like about this game more than Power Blade 2?
The music was the one thing that got me hooked right away, and like how it looks and how it plays, like everything about it is one of my absolute favorite games to play.
Okay, also we have $10 from Andrew AJT. This is my 4th GDQ. I'm watching live and I just can't get enough. Keep up the good work. So you're past the most tense point of the run when we saw the platforming earlier. Is there anything else that you're worried about for the last segment of this run?
Not really. I could get trolled by the last boss, but normally when I get here I have only one hit left on the armor, and if you get bad RNG on the last boss, he can troll you and like remove your armor, and that will slow down the fight, but nothing that could, well, one last thing here that could be a disaster, this platform right here. Sometimes you just fall through it on the left side, and yeah, you start at the beginning of the stage and lose 2 minutes.
Wow, that definitely looked very Mega Man-esque, those platforms.
Oops. This boss has 2 phases, by the way. Okay, last phase, so get ready for the timer. And he will do like some fire attacks that will rain down from the ceiling, and that's, if you only have 1 hit on the armor, it can troll you. This is good pattern. Well, it doesn't matter because I have 2 hits, so I can just tank it. So it's like 5 or 6 more seconds, then it's right about time. I'm guessing like a 1750 maybe, or? Oh, okay, nice. Sub 18 is like my goal for no reason round, so I'm definitely happy with that. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Very nice run, Rishan. Let's give him one more round of applause, guys. That was a great run. Okay, we have a $15 donation from Doritos and says, clipping hype, cheers for the good run. Absolutely. So coming up next, we have Snake, Rattle, and Roll from PJ and Feasel, also known as Sunday Sequence Break host, so definitely a lot of hype for this run. And with that, we're going to cut to a commercial. We'll be right back.